Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give you a very warm welcome to the 5th years of Symposium on Science Festival, this year with the theme of the rise of citizen science, elevating community to sustainable development in public health and the environment. My name is Narisa Abarikun. I am a science and environment educator and project coordinator from the National Science Museum, Thailand. I am thrilled to hosting and moderating the very first symposium on citizen science in Thailand and among Asian plus 3 countries as well. This symposium is part of the National Science and Technology Fair 2021. This year, our highlight on the symposium is focused on citizen science. And before we start, I would like to announce that for Thai speakers, we do have an option to introduce from English to Thai สำหรับผู้ชมทางบ้านที่เป็นคนไทยนะคะสามารถเลือกตัวเลือกสามารถแปลจากภาษาอังกฤษเป็นภาษาไทยได้นะคะที่ช่องล่างของ Zoom ค่ะ Okay, let's continue. In 2021 and in the past few years, we have a global challenge: COVID-19, species degradation, habitat loss, public health and nature and environment challenge to concern. And the only way that we can tackle successfully must get from the full cooperation from community, and it must be from global community. Citizen science can be one of the mechanisms to engage the community in supporting science and environment education and enhance the benefits to both science community and civil society. And most importantly, citizen science is a good tool to bridge the gap between professional scientists and society as well. And starting from there, this symposium, we also aim to build a connecting focal point for citizen science in Asia to strengthen the network for concerned people, domestic and international, in order to support community and also empower people to use citizen science to initiate the bottom-up projects in their public health and environment, which can help increase and provide the evidence to support the policymaker at the right time. Today, we have an honor to have the keynote speakers from many regions, the project holder who has been currently doing and successful in citizen science project, both in public health and environment, to share their experiences, their philosophy, the platform, the what to do and what can be changed, so that we as a concerned people can turning ourselves, yourself and your community to be an active participants to help tackle those global challenges by using citizen science. And I can safely say that there are strong momentum from here in Thailand, and I believe in other part of in Asia as well that people with little or none background in science are now starting their own project to observe more in nature. And that's great start from this symposium to bring together partners, network and domestic and international level to be here and can start from here, listen to each other and work our way to collaborate and for existing project and for the new citizen science project as well. So to begin, it's my great pleasure to introduce Mr. Suvarong Wongthiri, the Vice President, Acting President of the National Science Museum, Thailand. He would like to welcome you all with this message.
สวัสดีครับ สวัสดีค่ะ Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the National Science Museum, Thailand, it's our great pleasure to welcome all of you to the Symposium of Science Festival 2021, the rise of citizen science, evaluating communities to sustainable development in public health and the environment. We are honored and appreciate your time to join us for this event. Every year, the Minister of Higher Education, Science, Research, and Innovation, NST Thailand, organizes the National Science and Technology Fair, the biggest annual science and technology fair in Thailand. It aims to raise awareness, develop public interest, and showcase advancement in science, technology, and innovation, as well as local wisdom to youth and public. This year, the NST 2021 will be held during 9 to 19 November this month at the Impact Exhibition Hall and Convention Center, Nonthaburi, Thailand. We also have the online platform. Symposium on Science Festival has been continuously arranged alongside with the National Science and Technology Fair for the 5th year. This year, the symposium aims to raise the importance of the citizen science and bring together scientists, science communicators, educators, and policymakers, and people who are interested in creating a scientific society, and the public to share this experience, expectation, and perspective on the citizen science. Over the years, public health and environmental issues have become a huge concern to many nations. And people are becoming more aware and start to take any action on the way in which they think they can help. NSM Thailand, as a part of lifelong learning and awareness rising of science, want to point out the importance and promoting citizen science in the ASEAN community, which is the extension for science literacy in terms of gather examples of an excellent, practical, and successful citizen science projects. Focusing on the projects that they are relevant to the public health and environment. Therefore, we offer a platform for the community, organization, agency, club, and initiators who have been working on citizen science projects to submit their work to be a part in the proceeding and present in the symposium. We want to gather ideas and inspire communities about citizen science and expand the collaboration between the public and science. Hopefully, it can lead to successful practical collaboration in our community soon and lead to sustainable development in health and environment in the ASEAN region and global communities. Now it's time to declare the official opening of the Symposium on Science Festival 2021, the Rise of Citizen Science, elevating communities to sustainable development in public health and environment. And we wish you all will have faithful days. Thank you very much. สวัสดีครับ
Thank you very much, Mr. Suvarong Wongsi, the Vice President, Acting President of the National Science Museum, for wishing us a great success event today. And next, I would like to invite Dr. Kanika Chen, the Vice President of the National Science Museum, Thailand. She is another key person who has been arranging the Symposium on Science for 8 years since 2017, and one of the lead in working to raise the awareness of science and science communications here in Thailand. Today, she will give a briefing about the symposium this year. Would you please welcome Dr. Kanika?
Good morning, Professor Graham Durant, Dr. Scott Edmund, Dr. Somkiat, Jansima, and all speakers and participants. Actually, I just would like to be part of this symposium by saying a few things, I think this is a good opportunity for us to learn from each other, from people who have been involved in citizen science for a long time, who have a lot of experience, and also perhaps have many good projects that we might know or we might not know before. So this symposium is aiming at bridging us together and learn from each other. And perhaps after this, what could happen is that we might start something or doing something together to meet the need of our community, to meet the need of our region, or perhaps something that would have impact on global issues. I understand that COVID situation have made us all kind of, have some distance in terms of communication. But since the situation is getting better, and we have new technology. So we hope that this new online technology will be an opportunity for us to start connecting and then working on these issues for sustainable development. I hope this forum is not only one-way communication. I hope it could be a two-way communication, although we are going to hear from very many great speakers. But at the end of each session, I hope that we could have some questions or idea sharings also between the speakers and also from the panel. Okay, so it's not going to be something so passive, but I hope it's going to be a dynamic exchange in this symposium. I also personally would like to thank Professor Graham Durant, who is my long-term friend. We met, well, I think more than 10 years. And he is my not only friend, but also idol who work continuously and successfully in policy level and implementation level to raise public awareness of science, and also the champion in sustainable development goals agenda among science museums, science centers, and also in academic world. So thank you very much, Graham, and thank you to all the speakers as well. I hope we will have some discussion after this. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kanika Chen, the Vice President of the National Science Museum, Thailand. I like that you mentioned that we wish this event is not a one-way communication, but we are open for everyone to be enjoyed, because the citizen science is where we open for public, for everyone to share the truth and knowledge. So we do hope starting from here, the symposium can bring and be fruitful in terms of network and sharing the experience as well. So thank you very much. And for today, I want to give you a brief program, what will going to happen today. So our symposium will be made up from 3 sections, starting from the keynote sections and public health citizen science project in this morning. And in the afternoon, in the environment section in Indo-Pacific time. So an exciting and busy day ahead. So please type in comments and let us know where you are joining us from. And also during the speaker presentation, if you have any concern or any questions, feel free to leave your comment in the chat box or send us directly your questions in the Q&A box as well. So let me kick it off straight by introduce the first 2 speakers who are already with us to me, and one of them Dr. Kanika already mentioned. We have Professor Graham Durant, the Director of Questacon, the National Science and Technology Center of Australia, and Dr. Scott Edmund, the co-founder of Citizen Science Asia, with me this morning. To set the scene, Australia is one of the regions which has been doing and successful in citizen science project, not only in the environment project, but also a lot ongoing project that open for people to participate and tackle the public health problem. With the strong support from the government and also strong network of the Australian Citizen Science Association, the development of citizen science in Australia can be an excellent example for Asian regions to learn from it and also adapt the true and the protocol to develop our own strong network for citizen science. And we have an honor to have Professor Graham Durant with us. Dr. Graham is the Director of Questacon, Australian National Science and Technology Center, and also an honorary professor at the Center for the Public Awareness of Science at the Australian National University, and he also is the interim Vice President of SPAC. He has more than 40 years experience working in the Science Museum and Science Center sector. He is one of the principal advocates for the global cooperative work for the sector, examining ways that the science education activity can contribute to the foster of understanding across the region. Professor Graham has been represented in many forums to suggest that citizen science can be the important mechanism to engage citizens to participate in the science project and global challenge. Today, he here with us with the topic of development of citizen science, addressing diverse global challenge through public engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please Professor Graham Durant? Okay, can you unmute yourself, please?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, perfectly.
Good. So what I will try and say again is thank you very much for the very kind invitation to speak to you today about a topic that's very dear to my heart, which is citizen science, which I think is really important as a way of addressing some of the planetary scale challenges and gathering data in support of those. And I think it's a great way to get the public involved in doing science, working with scientists. And it's absolutely necessary because those challenges are of such a scale that we need a lot of data, and citizen science can accelerate the gathering of that data. So let's start the presentation. So citizen science is something that's not new. Amateur science has been around for a long time, but it's gathering momentum and it is becoming very popular. And it's popular because it addresses both local issues and global issues. And it gives the public a chance to actually get involved in doing science. And most projects are partnerships between universities, museums, and public organizations, non-government organizations. And I noticed this Hong Kong project on ants that popped up, and it is timely because it illustrates this fact that these partnerships between different organizations make citizen science happen. Citizen science is becoming very popular and certainly very newsworthy. And if you do any sort of Google search about citizen science, you'll find a host of information about all sorts of different projects. And these projects vary from health to environment to, well, just about anything, from outer space to inner space. And it's important because it means that the public, who are largely concerned citizens, can be turned into active participants. So whether they're finding 10,000 variable stars or calculating that the Earth is home to 50 billion birds, citizen scientists around the world working alongside professional scientists are making a big difference. And they're making a difference by observing species, identifying species, taking pictures and locating those species through their mobile phones, taking measurements, collecting samples, looking at images and identifying what's in those images or audio records. Citizen science can support professional institutions by tagging data, analyzing data, transcribing data, and helping define research questions. And people want to contribute. People want to contribute because some cases they have time, they have interest, they want to make a difference in the world. Some will do it for companionship and others because they want to understand science better. And for many, it's a productive use of the free time. They have a cognitive surplus, brain power. Smart people want to do something meaningful. So citizen science gives them a way that they can get involved solving local problems that contribute to global solutions. And citizen science has grown in importance because it's been facilitated by the computers in our pocket, the mobile phone cameras. And that's supported by various websites, apps, and algorithms that enable that data to be gathered, verified, shared, analyzed. It's facilitated by equipment being loaned out from universities and research bodies for sampling or measuring or tracking. And the training that goes to support the citizen science community is so important because it gives them training in the process and principles of science and how science is undertaken. And the data sets that are available now that can be analyzed by members of the public, and the events like a BioBlitz or the conferences or networks. And a new community of practice has developed in Australia, and we hope a strong community of practice will develop in the Asia-Pacific region. And citizen science is supported by a whole host of people. So professional scientists have the analytical facilities, the expertise, the equipment, the computing facilities, and often the research questions that guide particular projects. It's supported by funding, of course, because none of this can happen without some measure of support, enabling partnerships to just, in some cases, meet the small costs, in other cases, even larger costs. It needs governments to get involved with policies that support citizen science, and the research agencies and academies to get behind it, recognizing the potential. And then there's a key role for science centres and museums at that interface between scientific research and the public. And of course, botanic gardens, zoos and observatories would also fall into that category. So let me play a little video, because this week is National Frog ID Week in Australia, and it's a project run by the Australian Museum. So let's just watch the video.
Frogs are amongst the most threatened groups of animals on the planet. Even though individual frogs are quite small, together they actually make up a huge part of the ecosystem. Frog ID is Australia's national citizen science project around frogs. It's all about using a free app, Frog ID, for your smartphone and recording the calls that frogs make whenever you hear them. It's an attempt to get a better understanding of our frogs and help make sure that they will be croaking, ribbiting and chirping for generations to come. Frog ID Week will help us get a really intensive snapshot of frogs across Australia, how they're doing and where they're distributed, and it will allow us to understand how frogs are changing with a changing planet. Frog ID Week is being held in November because it's one of the best times of year to record as many calls as possible of frogs, as most of Australia's frog species are likely to be calling at this time. So we need everybody's help during Frog ID Week to get out there and help us understand our frogs. All it takes is one frog a day.
So Frog ID Week is just one example of hundreds of citizen science projects that there are in Australia. And the elements of it are using a mobile phone, creating an app that allows participants to record the sound of frogs, to send that data into the Australian Museum, where it's identified, analysed, and then contributes to a big data set. And if you look at the distribution of the green dots in the map of Australia, these are all the records of frogs that have come from citizen scientists. And it gives a very good record of the health of the frog population in Australia, which species are threatened, which species are thriving, and what diseases there might be within the frog population. Now, it's just one of a lot of projects, and there are health projects looking at mosquito distribution, air quality monitoring, water quality, household dust, looking at antibiotic resistance or urban microclimates, the astronomy projects looking at galaxies or meteor tracking, or the impact of earthquake activity, or image analysis of underwater photos or satellites, or digitization of weather records or from ships or historic weather logs on land, or digitizing museum specimens. And then there are the biological environmental projects where looking at coastal dynamics, erosion, plastic pollution, mangroves, coastal ecosystems, species distribution, ants, frogs, bats, echidnas, orchids, butterflies, whales, dolphins, turtles, the list goes on. And each of these groups of animals or plants have communities of keen amateur citizen scientists working with the professionals to gather data. And bioblitzes allow groups to come together and look at the ecology of a whole region. And soils and gardeners too can play a role in citizen science. So there's a project for just about everyone dealing with some of the important aspects. One of the big projects in Australia is the Atlas of Living Australia, which has over 101 million records, evidence of a plant or animal at a certain time and place. And over a number of years, the Atlas of Living Australia has developed collaborative digital open infrastructure that pulls together the biodiversity from multiple sources. And that data then can be used by the scientists, the policymakers, environmental planners, land managers, and the public. And it's linked with the iNaturalist global platform and the Global Biodiversity Information Facility, helping to build a global record of our biodiversity. And as you know, that biodiversity is under severe threat at the moment. So we need data as we can get. We need eyes and ears on the ground. And of course, that's where citizen science plays a big role. Citizen scientists can help look at water quality, looking at the color of water, which tells so much, which enables the national research body CSIRO in Australia to use their satellite data, and then they get real-time data from on land to ground truth what they're seeing from the satellites. And that project, again, is contributing much important information about the state of aquatic ecosystems. Bushfire recovery has been very important in Australia, and there are very good projects looking at what is out there in the environments that have been damaged. But fortunately, citizen scientists were out there before the bushfires. And of course, that gave a data set that then can be compared with the event of the fire. And in Kangaroo Island, an island off South Australia that was terribly badly burnt, 550 volunteers were recently looking at images from fixed cameras for evidence that a single species survived the fires. And they found that at least one of the creatures had survived, which gives hope for others. And green carpenter bees on Kangaroo Island, very rare species, only on that particular island, lost 90% of their habitat. And they have a very specific way that they nest in the stalks of grass trees. So citizen science volunteers were helping to build artificial grass tree stalks from balsa wood to give the bees somewhere that they could nest. Citizen science is much stronger with partnerships, and the Kangaroo Island Bushfire Recovery Project has multiple partners, as does another Australian project looking at the distribution of turtles. And the partnerships between universities, between government agencies, between industry, between local councils, and many more, and the citizens themselves. And it's this strength of coming together of multiple types of organization that I think give citizen science great importance. Another Australian project is monitoring coastal dynamics with the simple idea of fixing a cradle to a fixed location on a beach, and the public can take a photograph from that location, send it into the app, CoastSnap app, and there's a very smart algorithm that stitches together all of the photographs to give a long-term record of how those beaches are changing. And that project is now in 16 different countries and has potential to go even further. And the fact that an algorithm has been developed means that an algorithm can be shared so that each project doesn't have to develop its own algorithm. And that's one of the advantages of networks of citizen scientists and citizen science organizations. If we can find mechanisms for sharing the technology, the apps, the websites, the training. In the health area, looking for mosquitoes that carry Zika is very important in Northern Australia. And the local citizens collect mosquito eggs from their gardens where the eggs are laid in water containers around plants, for example, and the eggs are sent through for screening. And there have been 7 annual rounds, 7 years, and no Zika-carrying mosquitoes have been found so far. The recognition of the importance of citizen science is shown by the fact that Australia Post has been issuing stamps for citizen science. And that's a great way of getting that public recognition and public awareness of citizen science, which is so important, which is encouraging the citizen science community, but also encouraging others to get involved. So these are an example of the historic weather records that extends the records back and gives us that much needed data on changing climate. And the national broadcaster, the ABC, every year in our National Science Week runs a citizen science project online. This year, they're asking the public to listen out for owls and send in their records. And there have been projects going back to 2013 each year in National Science Week. One very important project is linked to the COVID, and it's not an Australian project, it's from England. And an app was developed to show how fast the COVID virus was spreading and what are the high risk areas in England and who is most at risk by better understanding the symptoms linked to underlying health conditions. And the researchers were totally surprised by the fact that 4.7 million people contributed data. And that data then helped inform health and policy and the actions that happened during the development of the pandemic. And imagine if that was global, that app could be used in every country, and the amount of information we would get about COVID would be unprecedented and really helpful in preparing for future pandemics. So there is an emerging global citizen science partnership, and Asia, the Asia Pacific region, needs to be a strong member of that partnership. And Citizen Science Asia is, I think, a good starting point where, you know, we at least got a pin in the map, and there are other ways that people can support this, and developing of a strong network in Thailand would be a great thing that can help build the momentum. And it's important that when you think about the planet, mosquitoes don't respect the borders between countries or regions. So you need global data, and citizen science networks can help gather that global data. So what we need in the Asia Pacific region, we need a vision, we need leadership and some coordination, perhaps some investment to oil the wheels to make things happen. And then we can find ways of sharing the technologies that have already been developed and the procedures for data entry or verification or system interoperability. And we can share procedures for recruitment and training and ways to manage the big data sets, whether they're butterflies or frogs or whatever they might be, managing those sets across the borders. And then we work how we overcome the language difficulties and any cultural barriers. But we've got to encourage the young people, the schools, and find champions and ambassadors. And realizing the potential for citizen science, I think, requires us to use the existing networks, such as science centers and museums, the existing intergovernmental mechanisms, and the United Nations Environment Programme are really interested in the development of citizen science in the Asia-Pacific region. So the time is right. We need to build alliances with the business and philanthropic sector, and we need to bring on the universities, the research networks, and of course, get behind www.citizenscience.asia, because it's already there, the name is there, we just need to help it grow. So thank you for that. I'm going to stop talking at that point, and I will step back and let somebody to talk a little bit about what else is happening in the region. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your excellent presentations. I believe that our audience had get a clear pictures and good example of citizen science. What can we do? And we can use citizen science to support science research community. And I like that you have mentioned that we must turn the concerned people into active citizen working to help address global challenge. Bridge the gap between researchers and society could give a lot of benefit to both sides. And the most importantly, building a strong network in our region, in Asia, and also like globally emerging to join other association of citizen science in across the world, and identify the agency coordinate with citizen science can help and support the new opportunity for the new project. So thank you very much. We will get back to you after everyone. So speaking of which, identify agency to connect people who have been working on citizen science project open access to discover the current citizen science project. In Asia, we also have one agency who have been actively working hard and gaining address from North American and Europe citizen science associations to be one of the strong focal point to connect citizen science project here in Asia. So today with me is Dr. Scott Edmund, the co-founder of Citizen Science.Asia, and he based in Hong Kong, and he is the practitioner of citizen science and education project. Scott working on the reproducible research and scientific data topic project and being involved in open science and citizen science. He involved in firsthand the benefits of releasing scientific data quicker and more equitably. He is always keen to promote and help and share his expertise in citizen science. So let's get some insights from somebody who's been there and done it. So would you please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Scott Edmund.
Thank you. Thanks, Nikki, and thanks, Graham, for the endorsement as well. Yeah, I'm so happy to be at the symposium. It's really important and timely. Okay, are my slides working? Nikki, can you see my slides?
Not yet. Scott, can you share it again, please?
Okay, let me try. Share screen, slides, okay. All right, is this working?
Yes, can you also click it? Yeah, perfectly.
Okay, all right, great. Yeah, so Graham has done an amazing job kind of setting the scene and introducing Asia. I will now kind of drill down a bit more, give more of an Asian focus about why citizen science is so important in Asia, and why Asia is so important for citizen science. Why there's so much potential. This is the world's most populous continent, and why it's so important and such an important tool to tackle the urgent challenges we have in health, environment, and more. And I will start off talking about my own personal journey into citizen science, because I am my background is I'm trained as a cancer geneticist. And I've been, for the last 10 years, running a scientific journal and scientific database, working on publishing research data, working in the field of open science, really. And I over the last decade, everything has been very focused on open data. I've also been involved in working with government data issues, with Open Data Hong Kong and an organization called CivicSite. And in this time, I've come to believe more and more how important citizen science is in this whole kind of open science, open data equation. And this was my kind of path. The first citizen science project I really got involved in about 5 years ago was the Bohemia genome, which was a project here in Hong Kong, really moving discussions and study of really complicated research issues around genetics, around science literacy, moving it out of the laboratory into really explaining this better to the general public, and even trying to get them involved. We were going to schools, we were going to, doing TEDx talks, TV, radio, and the like. And it was really to, help build people's understanding of very complicated issues around genetics, using Hong Kong's floral emblem, the flower on our flag, as an example. And this need to increase scientific literacy in the last year or so has become very, very timely and stark, because this lack of understanding, this lack of trust, this in many cases lack of data, has led in the coronavirus pandemic to what the WHO and others have called an infodemic, where this kind of lack of understanding is all kinds of conspiracy theories have run riot. And the coronavirus has made this very clear, but this has been an issue for a long time. 5 years ago, there were very similar issues with the Zika epidemic that came out of Brazil. And this was actually how we really got involved in citizen science in Hong Kong. The open data group I was helping run, we co-organized a hackathon, a citizen hackathon, Zika hack, to try to see when there was all of these kinds of conspiracies and fears about Zika spreading to Hong Kong, what we could do to both better understand what is happening and even potentially help tackle this outbreak. So we brought together citizens working on many different things. One of the key things that we discovered from this hackathon was how important vector data is, vector tracking, the data on the mosquitoes that carry Zika. The same mosquitoes carry dengue, chikungunya, yellow fever, and other related diseases. And the government in Hong Kong already had a program to screen for these mosquitoes, but unfortunately the data was very difficult to access, not very usable, and their screening program only covered about 2% of all of Hong Kong. 90% of the territory was just not covered. And this was a big shame. And we realized that, this is something citizens could do. There's 8 million people in Hong Kong. We've all got, smartphones. And so looking around, we found this app from Spain called Mosquito Alert. Now, this allows people to take pictures of mosquitoes, to take pictures of mosquito breeding sites, track them, and then also identify if they are the dangerous mosquitoes that may carry these diseases through AI and also expert entomologists checking this data. Now, it came out of Spain, but this was an open source platform. So we very easily managed to then create a traditional Chinese version that would work in Hong Kong, would work in Taiwan. And we did a lot of outreach, promoted this app, went on in the paper, went on TV, and we went into some schools and we helped set up school projects where teachers trained school kids to kind of install and download this app. And then we sent them going around Hong Kong chasing mosquitoes. You can see on this map that most of the mosquitoes posted at this point were close to their school. But it was really great to see, what school kids could do. And one thing that we were not expecting was how important this mosquito issue was on a global stage. The United Nations and the Wilson Center from the US government really felt that mosquito tracking was one of the most promising areas for citizen science to help at like a real global issue. And they organized a workshop at the UN Environment offices in Geneva. And they invited groups from all over the world. And the only people they could find in Asia were us. So we got invited to this workshop in Geneva and met this amazing community of kind of global citizen science experts that we didn't, that we didn't know about. And then following this, at the UN Environment Assembly the next year, they invited the citizen scientists to form a delegation to kind of represent civil society at the UN Assembly. And again, there were people from all over the world really involved in some well-established regional networks from Australia, from Europe, from North America. But Asia was a notable missing part of this kind of global map, and it became very clear at this meeting how important, how needed this was. The UN really felt that citizen science could contribute to really help gather data, meeting the Sustainable Development Goals. There was really important to kind of coordinate and move these citizen efforts into UN efforts. And so on the back of this meeting, we decided to then formalize and register Citizen Science Asia. And also, as Graham mentioned earlier, a global secretariat has also started to formalize to bring these regional associations together. And so this is kind of where we got to today. This is how Citizen Science Asia came about. And so working in this area for a few years, we've really seen why Asia is, why it's so important to do this here. So citizen science, we haven't had these long established associations like maybe other parts of the world. The policymakers, governments may not know this kind of term of citizen science so well in comparison. But it's so important here. Like Asia, we've got over 50 countries. We've got 60% of the world's population here, a very large proportion of the world's land mass. And having all of the people here, we also have huge challenges as a result, threatened by climate change, pollution, loss of diversity. And so it's really, this diversity is really so important that Asia needs to participate in these kind of global dialogues. We need to, engage, develop, coordinate it amongst all of these other international counterparts in this growing movement, as Graham has alluded to. And just looking at the issue of biodiversity, right? You can really see just from these two maps here why citizen science is so important. So if you look at the top map, this is biodiversity. This is species richness. The redder the color you see, the more species are here. And if you go through the kind of the center of the globe, you see this bright red all the way here to Southeast Asia, right? You see how bright red, how much of the world's biodiversity is here in Southeast Asia. But when you look at the biodiversity records, when you look at how well science has kind of captured this richness, captured the species here, so blue and white is just empty, right? This is a lack of data. Where we have the most biodiversity, we actually have the least data, and we can't detect this biodiversity if we don't even know if we don't even know what is there, right? This is why citizens are so important here. And so the term citizen science may not be so new in Asia, but if you really look at what is otherwise known as indigenous knowledge, so many of these practices, ethnobiology, stargazing, everything to do with kind of cultivation practices, this goes to the dawn of civilization, really. And Asia has many of the oldest civilizations in the world. And citizens, we've been collecting data literally for millennia. So some of the oldest records in the world, there's nearly 2,000-year-old data set from China of locust outbreaks. The world's longest continuously running citizen science project is from Japan. Monks in Japan have been collecting data each year on the timings of cherry blossom blooms. And so using these millennia-old data sets, bringing together current climate models and modern data has enabled people to do some of the most accurate, super interesting studies on climate change. Right, we can actually see how land use change, climate change. Using this millennia-old citizen science data, it really kind of validates models. It's extremely useful. We Asia, we've been doing this for a very long time. It started to then formalize a bit more, in the last century. Hobbyists were really the kind of experts in studying butterflies, insects, birds. And in Asia, we have communities going back a long time. Here in Hong Kong, the Hong Kong Birdwatching Society has been goes back to the 1950s. And they've been collecting very detailed bird surveys as far back as 1958. And Thailand as well, The Bangkok Bird Club, the BBC, goes back to the early 60s. These organizations have kind of evolved over time, but we've again been doing this stuff for over half a century in Asia. And collecting data in kind of written reports. In the digital age, this has moved onto kind of internet forums, and then with the rise of social media, with Facebook, all across Asia, we've got hundreds and hundreds of all of these groups on Facebook, for example, Hong Kong Snakes. We'll see a bit later from Sea Slug Thailand. Everywhere have these groups, and then also smaller kind of citizen data collection projects, leveraging Facebook, leveraging social media and the like, but like very little group and kind of areas of interest, kind of quite disparate. Then this has really kind of been formalized and brought together. These kind of written surveys have become kind of digital surveys, and then with the rise of smartphone apps, a couple of extremely successful global ones have kind of brought so much of these kind of regional data sets into like a global map. And the global so GBIF is the Global Biodiversity Information Facility. This is kind of the global repository of biodiversity knowledge. And they've actually been integrating a lot of this citizen collected data alongside all of the kind of academic data. And some of these data sets are very, very large. And they have a process of validation. iNaturalist, for example, you need independent validation from a couple of sources, and then they count it as research grade. So citizens are creating vast amounts of this research grade biodiversity data. If you so for example, just looking at Thailand, if you go in GBIF last week, the #1 data source on research grade biodiversity in Thailand is from eBird. This is data from eBird. And so of over 3 million observations in Thailand, 2.2 million are from eBird, about 50,000 from iNaturalist. So about 3/4 of all of the research grade biodiversity knowledge on Thailand is citizen collected, right? Citizens are already doing this stuff here. In Hong Kong, this is even higher because we've got a lot more iNaturalist use. About 90% of the biodiversity data comes from citizens in Hong Kong. And it was great that relatively recently the mosquito alert data has been ingested into this GBIF database. And so if you zoom in on the map around Hong Kong, you can see lots of yellow dots, and these are from our school kids. It's really amazing to see that that school children in Hong Kong have probably contributed more to the kind of sum of human knowledge than the academics, at least on these kind of mosquito tracking, which is really inspiring. So going beyond this kind of biodiversity approach, we can use citizen science to tackle many other issues. So probably the most successful recent citizen science project to come out of Asia is SafeCast. This came out of the Fukushima nuclear disaster a decade ago in Japan, and they basically gathered with kind of open source radiation detectors, the world's largest radiation tracking data set. They've used the same approach with air sensing and even COVID symptom monitoring. But as of last year, they've had over 150 million data points coming out of this. A huge success. And as I mentioned, air pollution, there are more and more networks connecting together. Regional, local initiatives in Asia, like Air Quality Yangon in Pakistan and the like, and also apps trying to kind of measure the kind of like darkness of the air. Same thing for water, same thing for plastic pollution. This approach is really tackling so many of the world's problems. And so, yeah, I'd just like to end with an appeal to, if you're not already participating in citizen science projects, please do. We want everybody to participate in local or international projects, or even start your own. So Citizen Science Asia, we are here to help coordinate and amplify these projects and connect them to the kind of global projects. We have we're collecting stories on our YouTube channel, on our Medium journal. The key thing you can do is sign up to our Mobilize platform, which is just a kind of forum to kind of collect and coordinate these voices. We also, as I mentioned, we have Medium and YouTube, we have a Facebook community, and we are on social media. So with that, I can stop my talk and yeah.
Thank you for sharing. Yeah, thank you for sharing from the insights from somebody, from people who have been doing this for so long. And I'm sure everyone now has far more understanding about the situation of citizen science in Asia, and see how important that we, as the part of the biggest of the world and half of most world population are in Asia. I'm surprised and thrilled at the same time to see how biodiversity was predicted by experts and how we actually see it. So I think citizen science is the key important to keep record, and like you said, like if we know what is there, then we know how to conserve it. I like it very much. So thank you very much for sharing. We will get back to you after this. And also everyone, if you like to participate Citizen Science of Asia, please visit their platform, as Scott mentioned earlier, and we will get back to you later soon. Speaking of the successful and impact that citizen science project can have, the more you have local community engaged with the project, the more it's likely to run effectively and sustainable, because local community are our eyes and our ears, and they are there in their own land and in their own region. So providing a platform and opportunity to talk about their biodiversity, their public health issues, the environment issues that affect the community, and empower their voice to the policymaker at the right time can give a significant positive change to the community. And here comes the last speakers in the keynote section. Somkiat Jantrasima. Mr. Somkiat is the Director of the Public Engagement and Development Partnership Department on Thai Public Broadcasting Service of Thai PBS. He is leading the Seaside Reporter, which is the open platform for the local people to report the current situations of the environment and public health and other issues in Thailand. And for the past few years, that Seaside Reporter has gained a lot of attention from public eyes, and also many times can raise the urgent issues in the local community to the government today. So today, Mr. Somkiat has an urgent errand and cannot join us on live in Symposium. So he sent his message and presentations in the topic of Seaside Reporter as an open platform for public engagement in news showcase in Thailand. So please have a look on his video.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, National Science Museum Organization, for giving me an opportunity to share experience about Seaside Reporter as open platform for public engagement in news showcase in Thailand. The Seaside Reporter playing an active role in reporting news and information of their community and social circumstances, including social, political, environment, and other critical issues. This collaborating process is to represent citizen voice in various communication platforms, Seaside reporter believes that power of communication is in citizen hand. Thus is an important platform as a voice of the voiceless. An effective communication of public media is to build social relationship and encourage people to participate in the media. This is not just about production, technical, or to put information on media platform. The process of collaborating media has tried to work more than that. In terms of creating communication space, connecting and expanding social relationship among groups of people at all levels. The Seaside Reporter was developed from citizen journalists, which first broadcast on June 20 and 8 on Thai PBS channel. Thai Public Broadcasting Service is the first public media in Thailand and in ASEAN country. It operates under the Public Broadcasting Organization Act of Thailand, with the goal of enhancing and supporting the development of quality and moral society through the presentation of quality information, knowledge, useful information, and entertainment by enhancing to the public interest as important. Thai PBS policy focusing on public issue and empowering people as a messenger. The Act has opened an opportunity for people to become media producer. Then citizen journalist has been created regarding to the Thai PBS Act as media producer with the first broadcast of citizen journalists on June 20 and 8. The role of citizen journalists is to report events of their community, including social, political, environment, and special issue. This important strategy aims to connect and strengthen relationship among community members. Citizen journalist is an active citizen to drive their own community. This concept also lay a foundation for community to use the process of citizen science to participate in the development of self-development health impact monitoring system, with the main goal of enabling community to monitor ecological database and environment and can deal with environmental problems or threats at the local level. The community citizen science approach enables social learning and empower marginalized citizen and community. When community has enough scientific data and understanding, they will be able to participate and able to making decisions in serious issues, including the section of risk management method with rationale and based on science. Regarding to the concept of participating journalism, which open communication channel for citizens to creating social agenda. The Department of Public Media Network, Thai PBS, has developed the Seaside platform in 2018 by developing a Seaside mobile application which able to work together online application through mobile communication device, smartphone, tablet, and computer to support collective activity and communication. When Seaside applications are used for reporting or saving data in terms of text, still image, morphing image, all data have been recorded in the form of geographic coordinates and displayed on the map. The heart of the Seaside platform is activity and communication of knowledge generated by collective creativity to drive society with knowledge under the process of distributing participation to develop a public database owned by the people. For example, the CSI application is used to report ongoing news from the civic sector and build on the concept of data journalism by using CSI as a monitoring data collection tool. Be careful of the health of the laboratory that is over 100 years old. Among the Chiang Mai Lamphun Road, important landmark of Chiang Mai Lamphun province, important tourist city in the north of Thailand, which in the past has not been taken care of properly until there is a problem affecting the welfare and safety of the community. The public sector community and school, as well as local government organization in the area participate. Use the CSI application. Over 1,000 laboratories were surveyed with the help of a group or arboretum volunteer who developed a body of knowledge that was consistent with the local people in surveying and recording the health data of the laboratory in 3 sample color. Red instead of the laboratory, it is dining and needs urgent care. Yellow is the laboratory that needs care, and green is the perfect condition. As information was reported and communicated to the public, as well as local agency in order to find appropriate management practice and as well as publicly communicate to the society. In addition, the result is to create participation in caring of local youth resource and people in the area, also cultivating public consciousness to be a good role model from other sector of society. Dissertation data obtained from pinning and communicate on the CSI platform by civil sector, such as Yang Na Tree on Chiang Mai Lamphun Road. It was reported through website and news program on Channel 3. CSI focusing on news and program coordinate. CSI citizen journalists under the purpose of the program is the presentation of information obtained for the collective communication data collection process, crowdsourcing data collection. While CSI citizen journalists listing are user-generated content presentation in form of citizen journalists, which two key features in terms of collecting data and communication in form of citizen journalists of the CSI platform. It is considered to use the citizen science process to develop health impact surveillance system by the community. In addition, the CSI platform respond to the sustainability dimension of the development of a health impact surveillance system by the community, because it is a public platform where the community can access information and has a back-end system or management system where the community can join directly to manage content and report information about surveillance. That means that even the process has ended, the community-based health impact surveillance map will remain on the platform. Community can add and manage all information similar to good platform in case of expert. Then will switch role as advocate who investigate suspect events such as water quality change in the community leading to mass fish death. in the year 2020. Seaside has developed a storage and processing system under Seaside Nexus project to support the public sector in starting to develop their own database by starting to try and use it in real life Gulf of Thailand Beach Surveillance Project in collaboration with the Beach for Life Network and the Gulf of Thailand People Sector Network Surveillance and share data on human activity affecting beach erosion, as well as being as area to raise voice from the community to work together to maintain sustainable beach. Seaside is currently being developed in a community-based health impact surveillance project. The case of cross-border pollution from the Hong Sa coal power plant in Laos, together with scientists from various fields in the form of a joint research project. With the community as asset, this is an attempt to apply information and communication technology in the form of mobile application to develop a prototype platform for the community to collect data in a collective communication manner to create a community database system, as well as dissemination and communication surveillance of health impact by community in Nan province from cross-border impact from the Hong Sa coal power plant, in addition to installing surveillance tools from communities. It is also build a body of knowledge about impact surveillance by the community in the dimension of technology application and fill the scope of communication between stakeholders as well. In summary, this can be said that creating an accumulation of knowledge of the civic sector in the form of collective intelligence, which combine to effective public communication, has created unprecedented power for participation in public sector and more emphasis placed on the connection of knowledge and wisdom, traditional knowledge of the community with knowledge based on science and the utilization of technology, especially using mobile phone. The nature of citizen science work in this manner is known as a form of co-created citizen science that focuses on the intense participation of the people who already own the problem. It is evident that group communication or crowdsourcing citizen participation and digital citizenship is the subject is closely connected with citizen science work because power of communication is in our hand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kun Somkiat Chantrasima from Thai PBS for sharing your project with us. Seaside reporter gained a lot of attention. So you can check their page in Facebook. C with the C size Thai PBS and it's gained a lot of attention because those observations and videos from the local was broadcasting in the televisions in Thailand as well. And I was amazed by so many people engaged in this project and constantly growing. So it's kind of a good example to make local people appreciate more about what they already have in their own land, in their own region. And by training and provide a platform for them can make them constantly monitoring for us. And also I think it's a good start for feeding more observation in terms of environment and also public health more in the near future. So thank you very much, Somkiat. All right, so we have a couple minutes left for the panel section. So I still have Professor Graham and Scott with me. I just want to have a quick question to both of you, that what can you suggest what can we do more in terms of strengthen the citizen science network and get a good support from the government and also how we can do more than this, since we already have a lot of citizen science project, but it's just like all around how we can make it together and also gain more attention from the policymakers in terms of get together and strengthen our network. Maybe starting from Professor Graham first.
Okay, well, thank you. I think there are 2 or 3 things that need to happen. You have to build awareness within a country, first of all, and that requires an organization such as a museum, for example, to become an advocate for citizen science and to start talking to a lot of people, to publicize what is going on, to share it with the public. I think within the Asia Pacific region, we need to choose 2 or 3 big projects that can bring us all together. We've heard a very good example with mosquitoes. That it's an obvious one where we could develop that. But think about the ocean. We share the same ocean. We all have beachfront. We all have issues of marine plastic pollution or coastal erosion. So there are opportunities where we can think of a project that has meaning within the Asia Pacific region, that can be used as an exemplar, that can be studied, and we can understand the value of it. So I would suggest, build advocacy, find the champions for the project. You've got to then use the existing mechanisms, intergovernmental organizations, NGOs, government to government bodies, get those involved. You need to get the research funding bodies interested in citizen science and the potential for it. And then I think, if we can, as a museum sector, become the advocates collectively and work with other similar bodies to become a multiplier for the value of citizen science, tell the stories of the great projects that are happening. And, I think we could all build up together by doing that.
Thank you, Professor Graham. And what about you, Scott? What do you think? What we can do more to strengthen our awesome, amazing project here in Asia?
I kind of bow down to Graham. It's great having his perspective here because Australia has been further ahead down this road. He's done an amazing job on the policy front, and having receptive local and national governments. We're a long way from that in Asia, but yeah, his advice is great. We've got to see how the other associations and other parts of the world have proceeded, working with NGOs, civil society groups, and the UN is very much behind this in a few areas anyway. Marine litter and as he said, this interest in mosquitoes, that will help kind of pull other countries in. But yeah, the crucial thing is we just need to mobilize citizens, get them behind this. There's we need to find local champions and amplify their voices and people to kind of get involved. It's great you've got a sessions this afternoon on, for example, iNaturalist, because that's been a big driver in Hong Kong, for example. So every year they have City Nature Challenge, and Hong Kong was one of the first cities in Asia to really get behind this. And the last couple of years, we've been coming second in the numbers of species. It's a weekend. Everybody goes out with their smartphones and captures the kind of biodiversity. And something that came out of San Francisco and American cities, Asia, we're dominating this now. We have so much biodiversity in our back garden, but it's not so. So it seems just. The slide I had earlier showing the data in GBIF, it seems like bird watching is very popular in Thailand, but people haven't really got behind iNaturalist yet. So that's a really, really good tool. It'd be great if some cities in Thailand could participate in City Nature Challenge next year, because that really kind of builds knowledge of just that one particular project. And certain driver projects can then really gain traction and momentum here.
Yeah, in Thailand we are working on it, and in this afternoon we also have the the organization eBird Thailand. We will come to talk about how to engage INET into Thailand. And like I said, in Thailand we are rising, and we are shift our attentions to have joy more in the citizen side. And like you said, everyone have a smartphone. It's just so easy to join. You just have to amplify the project and find a champion of project, like Professor Graham said. And like in Asian regions, what we have together is the ocean. It could be some of that we can link together and tell the government and tell the policymaker that, hey, this is so important, but it's still like easy need to get the data from the public. So thank you very much, both of you. It's such a great talk, and we are have a short of time to speak with you. And thank you for your insight to sharing about the citizen science in Asia, and also Professor Graham for the opportunity that we can learn from you to grow up our association. So we hope that starting from here we can constantly share, and the true and also the way that we can adapt to ourselves. So that's all for opening and keynote sections, ladies and gentlemen. I think you will agree with me that our topic and speaker just getting better and better. So we will have roughly about 10-minute breaks, and we will start the sections again at about 11 local time in the public health and citizen science project section. Mr. Shivasit, my colleagues, will take turn and moderate the section with another 3 interesting keynote speakers. Stay tuned and see you in 10 minutes. I'm not sure if you can talk to me.
It did. Oh, okay. So thank you for joining us again for the second session. And this morning is quite important and it's quite interesting to listen about many examples of citizen science in many countries and also in Asian countries. For the second section, we will turn our eyes and ear to listen to many speakers, in fact, 3 speakers. We talked about citizen science project in health and public health. And I think it's quite inspiring to have all of you, 3 speakers and also participants gathering here to discuss these important issues regarding citizen science and public health. I'm Shivasik Bunyakiat from National Science Museum will moderate this session. There are 3 speakers in the session. Firstly, Dr. Pen Yuan Singh from Taiwan and co-founder MemWeb will talk about citizen science, civic action, and participatory democracy cases from Taiwan and other countries. Secondly, Kun Penchom Setang from Thailand and Executive Director of Ecological Alert Recovery Thailand or EARTH will address the issue on citizen-led industrial population monitoring project fighting with air pollution by communities and science. And the third one, Tony Dyson from EcoWest Coalition from the Philippines. We'll talk about the tracking illegal trade of mercury-added skin whitening cosmetics in key city in the Philippines. So before we get started, let me introduce more detail the first presenter. Dr. Singh graduated in PhD in bioscience in 2019, and he co-founded MemWeb, which was a citizen science project for ecological monitoring, began in Northeast England and now expanding to 5 European countries. And he also advocated for open science within the science, citizen science global partnership by having created online courses and also guidebook and ran interactive workshops. So Dr. Singh, please proceed to your presentation.
To be with you here today. It's an honor to be here. Thank you. So I'd like to start my talk on the reflection on the relationship between citizen science and civic engagement through my personal journey through citizen science. And that is the MemWeb project, which I started back in 2015 during my PhD. So it is for wildlife monitoring. And I'm very gratified that over the past 6 years, it has grown from one small town in Northeast England into a citizen science network with more than 200 active citizen scientists across 5 different European countries. And the tool that we use for ecological monitoring is the motion sensing camera trap. So these are weatherproof motion sensing cameras that you put outside, and they take pictures of animals as they move into the camera's field of view, right? And over the past several years, I've been very honored to see that our citizen scientists have contributed more than 1.5 million wildlife photos to our platform, which is where all of the photos are being collaboratively classified by hundreds of citizen scientists. In fact, the number is closer to 2 million now. When I started the project, I was very naive. I went in with the plan of using exciting wildlife photos like this to entice people to go outside, enjoy the outdoors, and have them collect lots of data for me as a researcher, right? And that did work out really well, and I'm very grateful for that. But what really changed my view about citizen science is that I learned that a lot of the citizen scientists in our project, they came to the project with a lot of their own scientific questions. And they actually went out and started their own scientific research projects independently from us. For example, Roland, he got together with some of his friends to start a camera trapping survey in Scotland to look at how local red squirrels are being impacted by invasive gray squirrels. Another thing he did was a camera trapping survey near his village, and he discovered a previously unknown population of roe deer that people didn't know about before. And the data that he collected actually fed into the government's planning of a local nature reserve. And I think that's a very inspiring story. And it got me to start thinking about how citizen science is related to civic engagement. And to talk about this a little more today, I'd like to share with you some examples from my home country of Taiwan. And there has been, a history of citizen science projects there. For instance, again, in the wildlife space, there is the Taiwan Roadkill Observation Network. And this was started almost a decade ago. And as the name implies, it is for people to report on sightings of dead animals that they see on the roadside, right? And usually they were killed by collisions with cars, and people would submit these photos into a big database. So since the project started almost a decade ago, they have been regularly submitting data to the Global Biodiversity Information Facility, GBIF, and more than 46,000 confirmed occurrences have been reported this way. And this data is shared in an open science way where everyone has the freedom to build and share it and reuse it for different purposes. So not only can they use this to use as a measure of biodiversity in Taiwan, but they have also used it to construct a map of the top 100 roadkill hotspots across the country. And they use this map to work with Taiwan's Ministry of Transportation to help them improve road planning and make improvements so that those places are less dangerous to wildlife crossing the road. Now, in the realm of public health, Taiwan also has several projects going on. One that has been going on for a long time is that people really care about air pollution. That's a sometimes pretty contentious issue in Taiwan, actually. And there is a citizen science project that has been running for years where people help collect air pollution data using different sensors, and it gives you a real-time map on air quality in Taiwan. But of course, the big ticket item for public health that's been a big deal over the past year is that Taiwan has also been hit by the COVID-19 pandemic, just like almost every other country on this planet, right? Now, Taiwan has previous experience with respiratory illnesses. And as a result of that experience, right from the very beginning of 2020, people automatically started wearing face masks. And there was very widespread adoption of face mask wearing, which is good. But the challenge was that there was actually a lot of panic buying of face masks, and a lot of stores were running out of them. So on social media, you could see a lot of people, frantically trying to figure out and asking, their friends and family about where you can still buy a face mask. And this was noticed by a citizen science network called GovZero. So they started out by doing really remarkable work on digital action and democracy reform. And they've been doing this for many years now. But anyway, when they noticed this face mask problem, they were like, hey, how can we help this situation so that it's not organized in an ad hoc way on social media? And they developed a citizen science mapping platform where anyone can actually submit reports on the stock levels of which shops still have masks in stock, right? And it was really cool in that this platform became super popular almost overnight, and it gained millions of participants. whether it's people looking for a face mask or people providing information about them. This grassroots effort was so successful that it was actually kind of hard to maintain. And in addition to some private support that they got, I think the key that made this work was that they reached out to Taiwan's digital minister, who integrated this mapping platform into Taiwan's face mask rationing system. And the way the system worked was that it distributed face masks exclusively to pharmacies, because Taiwan's single-payer universal healthcare system actually keeps track of the stock levels in pharmacies. And what this meant was that whenever someone swipes their national health insurance card to buy a face mask, that stock level is automatically updated in the database, and you can get near real-time updates on where you should go buy your face mask on the citizen science mapping platform. So in the beginning of last year, there was a lot of panic buying of face masks, even before COVID-19 was declared to be a pandemic. But after that, partially through the success of this platform, Taiwan was able to stabilize the supply of face masks so everyone can get one. In fact, there was such a surplus later during the year that Taiwan was able to donate more than 30 million masks to countries around the world, including places like the US or the EU. Now, this was part of a wider array of really aggressive pandemic containment measures. And I am really grateful and relieved to report that throughout 2020, Taiwan was able to go for 248 consecutive days with 0 local cases of COVID-19. But in addition to this being a public health success story, I think what's remarkable is that this is an example of how public policy not only recognizes, but also working with grassroots citizen science efforts that lead to a really positive outcome. And I think another way to think about this is that citizen science is a form of participatory democracy, right? And there's actually a longer history to this, and there's actually a global trend of these co-created citizen science projects. One that you have already heard about is the SafeCast project. So they started after the Fukushima nuclear disaster a decade ago in Japan, and concerned citizens got together because they were concerned about the lack of information to, which places are dangerous to go to, right, and where the radiation is. So they designed and built their own open source hardware radiation sensors. And they went out with these sensors to map the distribution of harmful radiation in their communities and also across all of Japan. And this has become such a successful global network that citizen scientists have taken these open source hardware sensors across the world to different places. And now there are more than 5,000 citizen scientists across more than 100 countries in the SafeCast network that have collected more than 170 million measurements on not just radiation, but now also on air quality and other environmental measures. Another example that I always talk about is Public Lab. So again, this was started by concerned citizens. And it started about a year before SafeCast as a response to the Deepwater Horizon oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico. When the oil spill happened, it not only affected the economy of the people living along the coast of the Gulf of Mexico, it was also a big public health hazard. And these concerned citizens, again, due to lack of access to timely information, they also got together to design and build their own aerial mapping platforms to photograph and map out the spread of the oil spill. And what makes Public Lab really amazing is that not only has it grown into an international network, but it's a network of different grassroots citizen science projects doing environmental monitoring. One example that's really cool is this one, where they were able to gather photographic evidence of a private company dumping toxic substances into the Mississippi River in the US. And they were able to use this evidence in legal proceedings against this company. And I think this kind of empowerment is so inspiring for me. Now, when I think back on all of these examples I've just talked about, I think what really sets them apart is that they are grassroots co-created projects, right? It wasn't something initiated by the government, it wasn't started by a university or a museum, and it wasn't even started by a professional scientist. In fact, they're all bottom-up projects started by concerned citizens. And it's amazing that their work has actually led to real, tangible governance and policy outcomes. Now, they're very successful. And when I think about what makes them successful, I think there are kind of two main lessons that I take from it. One is that all of them practice open science. And by open science, I mean processes and outputs from science that explicitly come with the freedom for other people to share and remix those results. And this is not just limited to academic papers, right? In the examples you've seen, it's also about open data, open source software, open source hardware that citizen science built, and also the inclusive processes that they use to involve everyone throughout the entire scientific process. And this is really important because we're faced with so many global crises these days. You know, there's the COVID-19 pandemic that's going on. Of course, there's climate change. And we don't have any time left to wait to take action. And open science enables us to do rapid innovation to come up with solutions to these enormous challenges. And I think an underlying principle to open science is that science is a fundamentally iterative process where we are always building on what came before. And when we do open science, we are recognizing that iterative process and taking responsibility for doing good science. And this is really important for citizen science because for many citizen scientists, they are experiencing doing science for the first time. And I think it is so valuable for that first experience to come with an understanding of why open science is so important. Now, the second lesson is something I also talk about a lot, which is that when it comes to citizen science in these examples that you've seen, it is so much more than just getting people to collect data for scientists. It's also about how the process of doing science can help all of us become more engaged citizens. Because whether that's mapping the spread of harmful radiation, an oil spill, or helping each other find face masks during a pandemic, I think the process of someone initiating a scientific research project and doing the science and that empirical experience actually, really lets someone feel that, yes, I can actually do something. And that civic empowerment can be taken into the wider democratic process. And I think that is a huge potential of citizen science that's yet to be fully unleashed. And this is one of the key lessons that I will take into the future citizen science that I do. So this is a short reflection on some of the things I've learned during my time doing citizen science. And I'm really grateful to be here. Thank you so much again. And I really hope to hear more from you, whether it's your feedback or criticisms on this topic. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Dr. Singh. It's very inspiring to listen to your examples, particularly the Gulf Zero from Taiwan case and also the cases from the Japan incident about the radioactivity level, censoring some kind of things, and also to listen the lesson learned that you try to heighten to us. Is quite important to engage the people more in science processes, and it's very inspiring. So thank you very much, Dr. Singh. So now we turn to the second presenter, คุณเพ็ญโฉมแซ่ตั้ง คุณเพ็ญโฉมแซ่ตั้ง will talk about the citizen-led industrial pollution monitoring project fighting with air pollution by community and science. Kun Pen Chom is a leader figure in environmental protection and justice movement in Thailand. She is the executive director of Ecological Alert and Recovery Thailand or Earth, and she started working a citizen center approach in 2004 in identifying the air pollutant release from the petrochemical industrial complex in Rayong province. And also in 2015, her organization also established a citizen science project to protect the environment and public health by gathering data on the chemical contamination and in the environment caused by the industry, and strengthen negotiation power of the people and helping affected communities. So Kun Pen Chom, please take your stage.
Thank you very much, Kun Shevit. Let me share the screen for my presentation. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, what I'm going to talk about for today is on the topic citizen-led industrial pollution monitoring project, fighting with air pollution by communities and science. The content that I'm going to present to all the participants today will cover Earth and my organization and activities that we have done in previous years until now, and air pollution fighting, which today I'm going to present about the experience about VOC monitoring in the petroleum and petrochemical as well as chemical industrial areas in Rayong province, which is in the eastern part of Bangkok. We start the activities on VOC monitoring in 2001 until 2007. And the second monitoring about air pollution is about PM 2.5 monitoring in the industrial areas in the central and eastern regions of our country. This is a quite new project that just started in this year and will extend until 2 years. First of all, I would like to talk a bit about Earth. Earth or my organization start industrial pollution campaign and advocacy since 1998, and we set up Earth Foundation in 2009. Before becoming Earth, we used the name of Campaign for Alternative Industrial Network, or the short name is CANE. Issue of campaign that we have done include environmental and health impact that caused by industrial pollution and related or what related to toxic chemicals. Main activities include environmental monitoring and training to communities, support to community with environmental protection, law and policy advocacy, including scientific and action research. Now I'm going to talk about the first air pollution fighting. It is about the VOC monitoring in Rayong province. The force or the reason that stimulate our activity in this area it is because of the need to find out the answer to local community about the types of chemicals and the health impact. The need to expose unsustainable industries in Rayong and the responsibility of the pollution sources or the industries. And the need to seek for appropriate legal measures to reduce the pollutant emission, the chemical exposure of local residents, and we want to help them to protect the health of the local people. actions and results from 2001 until 2007. Main activity that we have been mainly focused on in the Rayong province and the petrochemicals complex zone. We start action by working together with a monitoring expert. His name is Denny Lapson. He's the Executive Director of Global Community Monitor from California, and also working with Greenpeace of Southeast Asia at the time. And my group called CAME, and the affected Maptaput communities in Rayong province. Since at that time, it is quite new for our group to start campaign on toxic chemicals. So we need being trained those technical things by the GCM. So the first activity that we have done during that period of time is technical training by GCM. And then we start monitoring and collecting air pollutant samples by using a tool. The name of the tool is Bucket. And we use this tool to collect or to grab air sample around the Maptaput industrial estate area. We conduct this activity between 2004 and 2005. And then we produce a data set from the lab results, conducting paper research and producing a report. Totally, we collect 5 samples at that time. And the findings from the sample that we have done is quite shocking. We found a total of 20 different toxic chemicals were identified from the 5 air samples. At least 6 up to 12 volatile organic compounds or VOCs and sulfur compounds were detected in each sample. At least 2 of the toxic chemicals in each sample are in excess of 1 or more health protective standards or screening levels of the US EPA. We have to compare with the US EPA because at that time in Thailand, we didn't have screening level for VOC. So this is a big problem that in Thailand, we didn't have any standard or screening level that to tell to public or to communicate with the pollution source that you are violating the law. So everything that we grab at that time, we have to compare the result with US EPA standard. And what we have found is very important is giving the proof that toxic cocktails that the Maptaput people inhale every day. What is more about what we found at the time from the 5 air sample is about we found 2 types of cancer-causing agents. The first group is human cancer-causing agents, which include benzene and vinyl chloride. 4 of the 5 samples of the air sample, we found benzene exceeded the US EPA annual ambient air screening level by 60 times. For vinyl chloride, we found in 2 samples that exceeded the US EPA annual ambient air screening level by 86 times. And the second group, we also found probably human cancer-causing agents. The first types of chemical is 1,2-dichloroethane or EDC. We found 2 samples exceeded the US EPA annual ambient air screening level by more than 3,000 times. And the second one is about chloroform. We found chloroform in 1 sample exceeded US EPA annual ambient air screening level by 119 times. These are the facts that we just found at that time. Before that, what is the pressure questions from the communities in Maptaput were about? the air that they have to inhale or they have to breathe in every day are toxic or not. And those airs that they have to breathe in every day can cause any disease in the body or not. So what we have found from the 5 air samples is very important facts that we can communicate directly to the community as well as to communicate to the government. After finish the lab result, we organize some actions. We organized a multi-stakeholder press conference on October 6, 2005 to release the results to general public and the mass media. As well as to present the report, we produced the report Thailand's poison cocktail to the government and the responsible agencies like IEAT or Industrial Estate Authorities of Thailand and some industries in that area. As well as we have to we follow up the results after we have the press conference and release the report. And then we start the Right to Know campaign and PRTR law advocacy, as well as to raise the public awareness about the health risks from industrial pollution and toxic chemicals, particularly those toxic chemicals emitted in Rayong province by petrochemicals. Actions by the government. It is very interesting to show that even the study or VOC monitoring is quite several years ago, but the outcome of the actions at the time still going is progressing in now in the present time. In 2005, pollution control after the press conference by our group. Pollution Control Department or PCD start investigating and collecting air sample, both gap sampling and 24-hour continuous sampling. And then the following years, PCD developed a policy framework on VOC management in Thailand. And start implementing by monitoring the VOCs in Bangkok, particularly in the congested traffic areas and in Rayong province. And the VOC management project is the first of all. The first types of VOC monitoring started or initiated by the governmental agency. In 2006, Industrial Estate Authorities of Thailand or IEAT and private sector in Maptaput Industrial Estate area set up the VOC management plan and start the VOC self-audit project in Maptaput area. 2007 and 2008, the National Environmental Board or NEB also working on these issues. NEBs had issued the issuance number 30 on the annual ambient air screening level of volatile organic compounds to control or to monitor VOC, total types of VOC group. And the following years, PCD also issues the other set of regulations, that is issuing on the 24-hour ambient air screening level of volatile organic compounds to continuous monitoring the VOC emission for 19 VOC since 2008. And then the second group about PM 2.5 monitoring, the driving force that encourage Earth to take some actions on PM 2.5 monitoring in central and eastern regions because of the increasing complaints that we received from the communities living in neighboring with recycling and waste management facilities. And increasing severity of air pollution, particularly the PM 2.5 in Thailand. As well as we found there is less studies about the PM 2.5 related to industrial source or industrial emission. So this is the reason that we focus on PM 2.5 monitoring from this year. The objective and activity plan that we're going to conduct on this topic or on PM 2.5, the goals include we want to provide a preliminary assessment of public health risks related to the pollutants, in particular matter smaller than 2.5 microns in industrial areas, as well as to enable affected people to monitor industrial pollution and develop their negotiation power to negotiate or to talk with the responsible agencies and the pollution source in order to solve the problem by the community initiation. Activities will include identify the study areas in central and eastern regions where communities, target communities were hit by air pollution, and we want to work with the target communities, as well as to develop sampling and methodologies, like including sampling methods, scientific tools, and lab analysis. We train to produce strategic information, academic report, and launch social actions. The industrial source that we want to keep in focus include fossil fuels like petroleum and coal, petrochemical and chemicals industries, as well as waste recycling, which include plastic, electronic waste, and metal scrap. And the final one is waste to energy. In conclusion, I would like to talk a bit about citizen science to defense environment and health of people. It is very important to identify issues of concerns to local communities. That this is the part that we have to do with the communities affected by pollution. We want to help capturing local conditions that national reporting and traditional studies misses, to produce reliable quality of data set by citizen science volunteers, which include collaboration between our organization and the affected communities. To include from individual professional volunteers to marginalized communities in the process. Have potential to bring citizens and other stakeholders together to develop solutions and inform policy making through scientific evidence, as well as to boost action and negotiation power of people. So far, we have some current activities regarding to citizen science. What we have done is to identify toxic chemicals in environmental to back up communities campaign and movement in the following areas, like in Rayong, in Loi province, Khon Kaen province, Chonburi, Chacheongseao, Prachinburi, Sakheo, and Samut Sakhon, for example. Those we have the community being affected by some types of industries like petrochemicals, chemical waste management, coal mining, and coal power plants, and recycling of waste. So these are the experience that we have done by our organization. Thank you very much for your attention.
So thank you, Kun Penchom, and it's quite interesting to see a collaboration between the voluntary professionals and also with the affected communities. I think it's quite valuable lessons for many people to see that we try to alert, also raise awareness of the affected communities and to involve them and to provide reliable data to fight for themselves. It's very valuable. Thank you very much, Kun Penchom. So let us to listen to the third panelist. Tony Dyson will talk about the tracking illegal trade of mercury added in skin whitening cosmetics in key cities in the Philippines. Dyson has been working for the Eco-Waste Coalition for more than 10 years. He also handles chemical safety campaign of the organization through the project Toxic Free for Human Rights and also sustainable development in the Philippines. After college, he has worked with civil society organizations advocating for farmer rights issues, social justice, agrarian reform, and also rural development. He has a Bachelor of Art degree in sociology from Polytechnic University of the Philippines. So, Mr. Dyson, please take the stage. Mr. Dyson, please unmute. Okay.
Yes. Sorry.
It's okay now, please.
Wait, I have to check again my, sorry. Okay. Okay, we would like to thank the National Science Museum Thailand for this opportunity to share with the participants of this symposium on citizen science, our work on skin whitening cosmetics containing mercury, a highly toxic chemical. I'm pretty sure that many of us in the region can relate to this topic, as the manufacture, sale, and use of skin bleaching, lightening, or whitening products is quite common to in countries of Southeast and East Asia. In fact, we have been monitoring product bans and product recall orders involving skin whitening cosmetics with mercury content issued by other ASEAN member states, particularly Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, and Thailand. We are from the Eco Waste Coalition, a non-profit environmental health network with more than 140 member groups all over the Philippines. We work on a variety of issues and concerns, including chemicals and waste, toward our shared vision of a zero waste and toxics-free society where communities enjoy a safe and healthy environment. For the next 15 minutes or so, we hope to share with you our experience in applying citizen science as a strategy to track the trade in mercury-added skin whitening cosmetics in the urban market and to promote compliance to regulations in order to safeguard public health and the environment from mercury pollution. For starter, I would like to give you a short background about this public health issue that we are trying to address through citizen science. Here in the Philippines, skin whitening is a big business, also referred to as skin bleaching or skin lightening. Skin whitening is very popular, especially among women and girls. If you go to a pharmacy, supermarket, or even if you shop online, you will find a wide array of products such as facial creams, body lotions, and soaps that promise to brighten, lighten, or whiten your skin tone. To many, it is considered a ticket to a successful relationship, life, and career. Recently, we sought the views of our members and partners as to why skin whitening products are widely sold, used in the Philippines. And the top answers were, white skin is beautiful. White skin is attractive because it can be seen on TV, movies, and commercials. This is due to colonial mentality. Because it is rampantly sold in the market, white skin is clean to look at, to look like an actress or beauty queen. Are these more or less the same reasons why skin products are sold and consumed in your countries? To continue, mercury is used in skin lightening cosmetics to inhibit or prevent the production of melanin pigment. This will supposedly result to a brighter or fairer skin color. Please note that that is utterly illegal, as the use of mercury and mercury compound in cosmetic product formulations is not allowed under the ASEAN Cosmetic Directive. Skincare products containing mercury can directly affect the health of women, especially women of childbearing age. Fetuses and babies in the womb are directly affected too, as mercury can cross the placental barrier. Indirectly, babies, children, and other members of the household can be exposed to mercury in the air and in things contaminated with mercury, such as towel, furniture, etc. Waste workers who handle mixed garbage can also be exposed to contaminated materials. Mercury can cause a wide range of health effects, including skin rashes, discoloring, and scarring. It can also reduce skin's natural resistance to bacterial and fungal infections. Direct and repeated applications can damage the kidneys, the brain, and central nervous system. According to WHO, pregnant women who consume fish containing methyl mercury transfer the mercury to their fetuses, which can later result in neurodevelopmental deficits in the children. Also, in an advisory from the ASEAN Post-Marketing Alert Systems, or FEMAS, warned that nursing mothers are doubly vulnerable because mercury is passed on to nursing babies through breast milk, which can affect the baby's development. In the next 3 slides, I will shed some light on the use of mercury-containing cosmetics as an urban pollution issue. Our periodic visit to the marketplace have confirmed that the illicit trade in the skin whitening cosmetics laced with mercury is quite widespread, especially in cities which are centers of commerce. These contraband goods are smuggled into the country from China, Taiwan, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Pakistan. We often find them being sold over the counter in Chinese drugstores and in stores that sell beauty and herbal products in big shopping malls. These illegal goods are also being sold in online shopping sites. In one study we conducted, we found mercury-added skin whitening products being sold in 50 cities across the country. Out of the 355 samples screened for mercury, 316 samples representing 67 brands have mercury above the trace amount limit of 1 ppm. Mercury in cosmetic can pollute the household environment. Do you know that mercury in skin whitening cosmetic can also harm to non-users, especially in a household? Yes, mercury in skin whitening products like facial creams can spread from the hands of the person using it to the things he touches, like clothes, towels, pillows, sofa, and others. It can also get into the air and get inhaled by anyone in the home. Mercury in cosmetic can contaminate municipal solid waste and the natural environment. Mercury in cosmetic can also contaminate household waste when their containers are disposed of, mixed with other ordinary trash, landfilled, or incinerated, causing the mercury to further spread into the environment. According to the United Nations Environment Program, when products containing mercury are discarded into the general waste stream, the mercury pollutes the environment in waterways, wetlands, and the air, and endangers people both locally and globally. Mercury can get into the wastewater and pollute the food supply. Mercury in cosmetics can also contaminate what we eat. Mercury in skin whitening products will ultimately get discharged into the wastewater when a user washes his face, or body. According to WHO, mercury in soaps, creams, and other cosmetic products is eventually discharged into wastewater. The mercury then enters the environment where it becomes methylated and can enter the food chain as highly toxic methyl mercury in fish. To address this public health and environmental issue, the Eco Waste Coalition, as part of our work on chemicals and waste, has been campaigning against the manufacture, importation, distribution, sale, and use of skin whitening cosmetics with mercury content. Our overriding goal is to protect human health, especially the health of women consumers, from the adverse effect of mercury exposure due to the use of mercury-added skin whitening cosmetics. The citizen approach is used to address this issue because of the following reason. One, it generates useful data that can draw attention to a preventable source of mercury pollution. Example, mercury-containing skin whitening cosmetics. It provides us with a tool that produces stories for raising awareness, especially among women consumers and government regulators. It enables us to assist the regulatory authorities in promoting compliance to regulations, example, national laws, ASEAN cosmetic directives, Minamata Convention on Mercury. It builds our capacity as an organization in building our scientific knowledge, technical skills, and advocacy abilities. To summarize, please allow me to mention the steps that we do to deal with this problem. First, we conduct periodic test buys, especially in places where you can get adulterated and counterfeit products. We take discrete photos of prohibited products being offered for sale, even in online. We screen product samples for mercury using our portable X-ray fluorescence device, which can detect and quantify the mercury content of a sample. Then we raise awareness of both the consumers and regulators using the data generated from the XRF screening. We published the report, and we invited media also to cover our story. Then we prepare letters to formally notify government regulators about our findings and to encourage them to act. We also work with city mayors and councilors in getting local ordinances adopted that will prohibit the manufacture, importation, distribution, and sale of mercury-laden skin whitening cosmetics in their areas of jurisdiction. Of our campaign, we have applied some of the principles and strategies of citizen science. On involving citizens, our campaign activities provided opportunities for our members, volunteers, and staff to participate, and this, we believe, has helped in enhancing their knowledge and understanding of the problem. Our scientific outcome, our research activities produced useful data confirming the illegal trade in mercury-added skin whitening products and the need for law enforcement and regulatory action. On social benefits, we're pleased to inform you that our perseverance has yielded a number of tangible benefits for the society. Some of these concrete social benefits are: one, increased public awareness about the issue, removal of mercury-added products from the market through law enforcement activities, issuance of public health advisories, and filing or adoption of local ordinances to halt the proliferation of mercury-containing skin whitening cosmetics. We have faced a number of challenges in the pursuit of our campaign. Among these are the following: the rising demand for skin lightening products due to standards of beauty promoted by the cosmetics, media, and entertainment industries that reinforce bias towards fairer and flawless skin. To address this, we have encouraged Filipinos to like and love our natural skin tone. Second, the proliferation and consumption of low-priced, adulterated, and counterfeit cosmetics, which may contain heavy metal contaminants like mercury and other harmful ingredients. To counter this, we have amplified the public health warnings issued by the health authorities through our media work. The lack of information among local authorities about the illegal trade of mercury-added cosmetics in their own backyard. To respond to this, we have reached out to local government units, alerting them on illegal products being sold in their areas of jurisdiction and providing them with an ordinance template for them to use and to enact. As a result of our citizen science-inspired campaigning efforts, we have accomplished a number of positive things. From 2010 to 2018, the Food and Drug Administration has banned over 135 skin whitening creams with mercury content above 1 ppm. Out of the 135 banned products, 80 were uncovered by the Eco-Waste Coalition through our product test buys, market monitoring, and screening activities. Second, local government units have responded to our notification, confiscating non-compliant products, and adopting measures to ban mercury-containing cosmetics, such as the adoption by the Quezon City government of an ordinance prohibiting the distribution and sale of mercury-laden cosmetics. Third, we have succeeded in elevating the illegal trade of mercury-added cosmetic as a public health issue through various media stories and products. Last year, for example, we had collaborated with Refinery 29 for the video documentary titled "Why People Risk Their Lives to Bleach Their Skin." It has over 7 million views to date, and we have also cooperated with Bloomberg Business Week for the story titled "No One Knows How Many of the World's Skin Lightening Creams Are Tainted with Mercury." Also, we have forged a constructive relationship with other stakeholders, including dermatology professionals, toxicologists, and the Cosmetic Industry Association. In 2018, we have even got a citation from the Chamber of Cosmetic Industry of the Philippines for our work. To conclude, we need to do more citizen science to put an end to the illegal trade in mercury-containing skin whitening cosmetics to protect our women, the general public, and the environment. Our continuing effort should also help our government and people in meeting the requirements of the Minamata Convention on Mercury and our country's National Action Plan for the phase-out of mercury-added products and the management of associated mercury-containing waste. I hope you get a good dose of inspiration from our earnest effort here in the Philippines to make mercury exposure from tainted skin whitening products a thing of the past. Maraming salamat. Thank you. Sawadee krap.
So thank you very much, Mr. Tony. It's quite inspiring to see the case from the Eco-Waste Coalition, and it's very important to think about what we perceive about the beauty of beautiness and why we have to whitening our skin color, something like that. It's very inspiring to see that the involvement of citizens. So now we have a question for you. It's about do the government aware of your project and give a support of launch any support policy to stop selling mercury contained cosmetic?
Yes, yeah, they do. Our government supported our effort. In fact, we provided them with our research studies, and in return, they will come up with public health advisory warnings coming from our research. not theirs. So our citizen science work is really very important. It helps our government, and at the same time, it provide boost awareness to our public.
Okay, and probably you can reflect more about in your presentation. You talk about to try to raise awareness for the lady to love their natural skin tone or something like that. After you run the campaign, do you have a kind of conduct research that the demand of the cosmetic, the whitening cosmetic reduce or decrease or not, or yeah, to see effectiveness of your campaign?
Yes, that's a good question, and we really cannot, control everything, even the flash importation of these counterfeit products. But the important thing is we really need to continue our work, raising awareness of the public, and even get in touch with the victims, especially that there are a lot of using social media. There are a lot of people now, exposing their problems with regards to mercury exposure using these skin creams, and getting them to support our work, meaning we invited them to join some public hearings, even online, for them to provide testimonies and support to our campaign.
Okay, thank you. So we return to the first question. Probably both of you, Dr. Singh and also Kun Penchom, can reply. How can we reach out to the citizens? How do we know if it is effective communication? Please, Dr. Singh, for the first question.
Yes, thank you for the question. I think for my answer, I like to start with what I was talking about earlier, in that sometimes it's concerned citizens who actually initiate the research. In that case, they're very active, and it's almost like rather than reaching out to them and saying, hey, what will help you get started, it's actually me. If I'm a professional scientist, I will talk to them and be like, how can I help you instead? But anyway, to more directly answer the question, I think this is a challenge that's true for a lot of different citizen science projects, and it's probably very specific to exactly what the nature of your project is. Now, in my experience, a lot of the projects I've seen, they actually measure the effectiveness of their communication through social media metrics, for instance, and just looking at how widely your messages are shared and responded to. That could be a pretty easy measure. I know when I started the MemoWeb project during my PhD, a lot of our communications were just through email, and stuff like that. Another thing that I like to do when there are in-person events, hopefully we can do more of that in the future as the public health situation improves. But anyway, I've ran workshops with citizen scientists before, where we did trainings and all of that. And what I always do is actually at the end of all of the in-person events, before people leave, I would do the last 5 minutes or even the last 3 minutes, actually give people specific time to give me feedback on what they think of the event and whether they thought the communication was successful. And this can include very simple surveys, maybe with just 2 or 3 questions that are open-ended. One thing I like to do is always ask people, okay, what did you like? What did you not like? Right? And what did you learn from this? And by looking at your answers to this, you can get a feeling for how effective your communication was as well.
Okay, thank you. So Kun Penchom, the same question, please.
Yeah, in our initial periods of time that we have we did some survey, outreach survey, like we surveys to some communities that have been affected by industrial pollution. The survey will based on what we have learned from the news media or news reporting, or some academic or some organizations introduce our group to those specific communities. But at present, we did not do some like an outreach survey like that because of that. There have been so many, like I said, that increasing complaints from communities. They may call us and make some consultation with us that what they can do to solve the air pollution, for example. So at present, there have been the network of people, which is the networks become larger and larger, and it is a pool of the affected community from industrial pollution in many provinces of Thailand. There are in not only Rayong province, but now there are more than 10 provinces that we have been working with. So normally, in conclusion, we did not outreach to some general people, but we will directly working with the affected communities in those industrial areas. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, Kun Tony, would you like to answer this question? How can we reach out to the citizen, and how do we know if it's effective communication, please?
Yes, it is really important, especially in doing citizen science. We need to address issues and doing citizen science. Effective communication is really very important. You need to understand who will be your audience. Where do you want to push for this issue, or the story you want to tell? What results you wanted to get from this? So you have to do it everything, not just really expose everything through social media. We need to have evidence-based approach is really very important, and that is effective communication comes in. How do you use this data to get stories and to get the attention of the public, including the government or even regulators? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I see a question probably Dr. Singh can also reply outly. Do you have reef monitoring projects such as those in Taiwan? Please, probably you answer already.
Yes, I just did, but that's okay. I can quickly verbalize it. So I am not involved with a project like that.
Okay.
And I don't know the specifics,
Okay.
but I do recall generally that there are marine, environment monitoring projects that involve citizen scientists, including recreational divers, and they've been able to track things like biodiversity and pollution. Unfortunately, I don't have a specific project off the top of my head, but I think there are efforts in that area, definitely.
Okay, thank you. It's probably my own question about the Gulf Zero. Do you have more another example besides the mask rationing, monitoring, something like that the Gulf Zero have done for the public health or something like that for the Gulf Zero?
Okay. So I believe the Gulf Zero community has done many things over the past year,
okay,
in response to the pandemic. And I think okay. So I think I'll divide my answer into two parts. One is that they really think very broadly, and it's a very decentralized project where people contribute different ideas all the time.
okay.
And an interesting one was that they actually crowdsourced a database where because during certain times when there were more restrictions in place, a lot of people didn't want to go outside, right? And they were actually crowdsourcing different ways to deliver the supplies that a lot of more disadvantaged people would need, like a really old person living on their own, for instance. They will organize efforts to bring supplies to them, such as that. So it's not just directly about collecting scientific data. My other part of the answer is that this is a very grassroots community, and what they do is that they will organize a lot of these hackathons where people will either get together online or in person, now that a lot of the restrictions have been lifted, where they develop a lot of the digital solutions together. I think that's a very fascinating model that's completely organized by the grassroots. And I think there's a lot of potential there as well. They have a very active Slack chat channel where I just see, dozens of ideas being floated every day. And it's important to realize that, of the dozens of ideas that people propose every day, not all of them will come to fruition. But I think the process of going through all of that in this very open way is very valuable anyway.
Okay, thank you. So, Kun Penchom, could you give more the detailed explanation about the monitoring the PM 2.5? Because I think it's quite interesting because in Thailand now, particularly recent year, the public raise more awareness about this problem. How the Earth try to monitor the 2.5 PM pollution and what tool you will use to gather the data, please?
Yeah, normally we have two types of PM 2.5 studying project. What I just presented to all of you is a new one. It is about we use a scientific tool, which is we have to install the tools in the area. We may select maybe 10 areas in different provinces close to the industrial zone and collect the dust in that area from the ambient air. This is necessary to use scientific tool. And then we will send the samples to be analyzed of what types of chemicals. But under this project, we will focus on heavy metals and some types of like a dioxin under the Stockholm Convention. This is just we are just start the project, and the process is on discussion with the local community which area that is suitable for us to install the device. This is one activity. But just last year we installed PM 2.5 sensors in maybe in about 10 schools in Samut Sakhon province. We have the budget to purchase the PM 2.5 sensor. This is not a study project to analyze the chemical in the dust, just monitoring the level of PM 2.5, the concentration. So we did two different types of activities. The first one need the big scientific tools to install under the specific time, at least 24 hours continually, which we are going to do next year. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So we have now a question. Probably it's just concern the recent answer of the Kun Penchom. So there must have a hardware equipment to use to join in the citizen science project, like a webcam or equipment to measure radioactive mercury. Do you have training or free training for the people who want to participate in the data collection? Probably we will go to Kun Tony first. Please turn on your microphone.
Yeah,
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, of course we can share it, our how we do data collection. We wanted everybody to have this knowledge, and of course we have partners. For example, Earth Thailand is also our ally partner. We have the similar machine that we do for analysis. In fact, we encourage the public. We offer it for free. They can bring their products here. That we can test it for them, and we can share the result. But the important thing here is being proactive. That is one important. NGOs really cannot do it alone. Government even cannot do it alone. So we really need the citizen, the public, to really help us look into these products. We offer the testing. The testing is important, but the advocacy, the awareness is highly important to everybody, for us to understand that we have to do something in order to stop, to limit, to push this issue once and for all in the country.
Thank you. So Dr. Singh, would you like to reply to the question, please?
Sure. So when it comes to the hardware, the physical tools that we need to use to do citizen science, something that I mentioned in my talk is the importance of open science best practices, including the publishing of open source hardware designs under open source licenses that explicitly allow others to reuse and adapt your hardware designs. And of course, this also applies to software as well. For the Safecast and public lab projects I mentioned, their online communities are very supportive, and they can give you a lot of like informal training to think about maybe the kind of hardware that you need for your project. But I also like to briefly mention two other ones that I didn't get to talk about in my talk. So the first one is that I have been very lucky to be elected to become a community council member for the Gathering for Open Science Hardware. And this is an international network of researchers and citizen scientists who come to this community to discuss the hardware aspects of things. In fact, we're going to have a big gathering next year in person, hopefully, where we're going to have a big meetup. And if you go to the Gathering for Open Science Hardware forums, you can ask some questions about the research you're interested in, and there's going to be a lot of people to help you. And just really quickly, if you are specifically interested in wildlife monitoring or that kind of stuff, there's another group called the Wild Labs, which is similar to the other groups I talked about before, but it's focused on wildlife monitoring. And I would be happy to paste links to these communities in the chat.
Okay, thank you. So there's a question for Kun Penchom. What effect breathing 2.5 PM 2.5 have on animals and plants in Thailand, besides on humans?
For animals and plants, we did not conduct any study to see the relationship between PM 2.5 and the impact on health of animal and the plants. It is like I said, that we just start studying impact of the PM 2.5 on the health of people, particularly those heavy metals. Yeah.
Okay, and probably we turn to previous question about the training, free training, because I saw in your presentation there's a kind of young participants, and so before you conduct the data gathering, do you have any training for those young participants in your project, please, Kun Benchom?
Yeah, we provide environmental monitoring training to the young people and to the local communities, particularly those community leaders or some volunteers, how to record change of the environment quality, how to collect some sample like the local plants, for example. and also allow the volunteers to learn about some certain types and hazards of chemicals. This is a package of environmental training for the communities and the volunteers. But for some device, like water quality testing, this is some being trained to some specific communities that they have problem with the wastewater from the factories, or some training on collecting sample of dust to be analyzed for heavy metals or some types of chemicals. That so each specific training we will do for some specific communities which are different from community to community. Yeah.
Okay, so I think there are no more questions. Okay, this from Kun or from Dr. Singh to provide more the people who interested in the open science hardware. It's quite interesting. So anyone would like to see more detail, please go to the URL that's Dr. Singh just provided in the chat box. Okay, I think it's the time. So thank you for all the presenters. We have a lot, we learned a lot really about you have done for the health and public health of the peoples and also the engagement. So thank you very much for all of you. Thank you. For the people who, thank you. For the people who would like to continue, and we encourage you to continue to participate in this symposium. In the afternoon, the session will start at 1:30 local time in Thailand. So have a good lunch break and we will reconvene at 1:30 local time in Thailand. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Can you still hear me, the panel? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're back in part 3 in the Symposium on Science Festival this year with the theme of the rise of citizen science, elevating community to sustainable development in public health and environment. This afternoon, you are with me, Navisara Oniki, the Science and Environment Educator and Project Coordinator from the National Science Museum, Thailand. I am again hosting you in the last sessions of this symposium on the environment citizen science project sections. So to begin, raise your hands if you like to take a picture of plant or animal you see when you're traveling, or when you go to a park, or even when you see it at your backyard. Anyone? So yeah, thank you. Me too. I love taking pictures, and sometimes just to ask my friend later, what is this plant? What is this fish? Sometimes it's just basically beautiful, and then I can share it with my friends on social media. So intentionally, unintentionally, we observe our nature, our surrounding, and the picture that we see, that we take, we can post it and share it online on the internet. What if we use and share our observation with the community and exchange what we find and sharing what is that, what is this? It could be a big observation around the world. So speaking of which, the citizen science project in the nature environment is gaining a lot of attention from both professional scientists community and also civil community too. These couple of years myself have seen many species tracking observation project from community is raising a lot in Thailand, and I believe that from this morning session is raising a lot in another part of the world too. So the more I explore, the more I saw a lot of successful case in the environment field, and it keep growing, which is great. And I think citizen science in environment can be a great lead that bring people to know more about how citizen science can benefit to community. And it can give a clear example of how concerned people who might have little or none background in scientific background can participate and active in the citizen science project. So today we have an honor to have a great people who experience and ongoing holding the citizen science project in varied platforms, specifically on the nature and environment. So to set the scene, I would like to introduce the first two keynote speakers, Dr. Raul Merota, the researcher and co-founder of EdMac, and also having with me, Tony Ivane, the iNaturalist, Outreach and Community Coordinator, and also joining us, the citizen science practitioners from 3 groups joining us as our guest speaker as well. Supacha Japakang, instructor trainee from EdMac, and also Siaram Siripon, the senior program officer of Marine and Coastal from IUCN Thailand, and also Mr. Utain Pumarin, the environment educator from Naturefern, and on behalf of eBirds and iNaturalist in Thailand, and also ENP Lamuel Manalo, the environmental planner from IDIS, the Philippines as well. A very warm welcome for all of you, and what a fabulous keynote speakers, gender equality, to be here with us in the very last section. So, and everyone will be with me throughout the section. So if the audience, if you have the questions, concern, or any questions to any of the speaker, feel free to let in the chat box or send to us directly in the QA box as well. So let me start with you, Dr. Rahul. Dr. Rahul Mentora is a scientist and conservationist from the UK who has been devoting his time conducting marine biological research and conservation in the Gulf of Thailand since 2012. And his work focused on marine ecological observations and progress with over a decade of experience in field and citizen science-based research. He co-created the EdMac project with Love Wildlife Foundation Thailand, and my most favorite one, the Khao Thale Thai, and also Sea Slug Thailand. So please, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Dr. Rahul.
Thank you very much for that very welcome introduction. So we are still in the field right now. So if the internet connection disappears, which I have absolutely no control over, please switch over to the recorded talk, but I'm going to try and persevere. Okay, so let's give this a go. Hopefully some of that is still visible.
Yes, we can see it great.
Fantastic. Okay. So good afternoon, ladies and gents. Thanks very much for attending this talk, as well as this entire symposium on the very important topic of citizen science, which has unfortunately gone relatively underappreciated for quite a while, at least in this region. And so I'm glad to see it getting some attention. So my talk is From Slugs to Turtles, Engaging Marine Tourism to Redefine Biodiversity and Conservation in Thailand. So let's begin. Now, very briefly, if we can, that is not working. There we go. Hey. So very briefly, reviewing citizen science. I mean, we've been listening this today and this morning on some of the many highlights and values of social media technology, digital communication in pushing citizen science forward. And so I'm not going to rehash a lot of that. I will simply point out that as these advances have grown globally and as we become more interconnected, these tools have become more accessible to regions in the world that they had not been as prominently as they have before. In fact, it was raised earlier in the questions as well, as a point of, well, what happens if this communication isn't available, this technology isn't available to developing parts of the world? Well, that is true, but more and more every year we're seeing a greater portion of the world being part of social media, you know, Facebooks and Twitters, as well as just having access to the internet, which has really helped. And what that has helped do is draw attention to the large gaps in data and understanding in the parts of the world where we often have very high biodiversity, but very low degrees of documentation and assessment. So as this technology spreads, so does that awareness of these gaps in information, but also the awareness of biodiversity and environmental issues as a whole. So without going into the scientific method in its entirety, I'm going to oversimplify much of the scientific process and try and contextualize the role of citizen science, at least in my limited experience within the very biospecific, biocentric focus that I have. So every scientific endeavor usually starts off with curiosity, one hopes, and that is in the form of unanswered questions, questions that we want to find answers to, but so far we as an academic community or as humanity does not know. We specify specific research questions and develop appropriate methodologies to try and answer those questions. And then we apply that methodology to get an influx of data. Once we have the data, we're obviously able to analyze it and collect our inferences. And usually what this results in is the story develops, and we get from answering one question, we develop 10 more questions that we didn't know we needed to ask in the first place. And citizen science can play a role in each one of these steps, but in particular, its role with the methodology and data is something that gets a lot of attention, because that, from the perspective of an academic, is one of the big benefits of citizen science. You are able to dramatically increase the amount of data you are able to gather. But there are other added benefits. So especially with environmental issues, engaging people in citizen science leads to increased community engagement. That in itself also has the added bonus of science communication and dissemination of scientific advances, which is something that every field in science, whether we talk about marine science, we talk about medicine, struggles with, right? A contemporary example is COVID. So community engagement is vital, and it plays a very effective role in improving engagement and awareness and education. The educational aspect leads to incentivized learning, because the community has a vested interest in what topic they're participating in, whatever the project is. And if they're interested, they'll want to learn more. That then leads to opportunistic data, which you can use other people's observations and inferences to contribute to your own data set. And often that leads to active contribution at a deeper level by the citizen science community. So it is it's a positive feedback loop that leads to improved engagement as well as improved scientific progress. So if done properly, I think citizen science is one of the most effective tools we have, at least in my field of marine science. So with regards to marine tourism, I mean, even prior to COVID, marine tourism, it was rapidly progressing in Thailand and expanding in terms of the number of locations and the industry as a whole. COVID has naturally hit tourism everywhere in the world, certainly the marine tourism in Thailand. But it is something that we have seen where increases in access to, for example, scuba and snorkeling has led to direct increases in the amount of information we are able to gather, not only in terms of quantity, but from regions that remained undersurveyed. And so when we talk about citizen science in Southeast Asia, this is one of the important hot topics where there is a huge amount of information we know we don't have, and we want to be able to try and get access to for the purpose of having a deeper understanding in both the issues and the biodiversity that we host here in close to the Coral Triangle, the heart of marine biodiversity on the planet. By combining the citizen science aims and efforts and objectives with the infrastructure that is already in place with marine tourism, we're able to bring the best of both worlds and develop this community engagement and make it spread across the industry quite rapidly. And it leads to more responsible behavior in the marine environment, and it gets more people wanting to learn more and participate in other projects, both of a citizen science nature, but active conservation and so on. And so if that's done sustainably and responsibly, that can have a very positive impact. So I'd like to talk about two case studies of projects that involve citizen science, that the outputs for which have helped redefine our understanding in one way or another. The first of these is Sea Slug Thailand. This was a project that was started by my colleagues back in 2013. It is now 8 years and going strong. And what we aim to do with Sea Slug Thailand is, at its most straightforward, improve the documentation of nudibranchs and other sea slugs. Now, for those outside of the scuba and snorkeling community, some people think you want to study slugs and you get a vivid picture of Jabba the Hutt or some other famous mollusks. But in the scuba diving world, sea slugs are actually very popular in the same way that Pokemon are popular. And so that leads a lot of people to, who want to see these cute little critters and all of the bright colors, or sometimes not bright colors. And they collect them in the same way that one goes ahead and collects observations in typical naturalism of biodiversity wherever you go. And so we're hoping to harness people's interest by collecting observations to expand our biodiversity understanding for Thailand, but also our ecological understanding of the ways that different species interact with one another. And using sea slugs as a vector to educate and engage people within the marine tourism community to participate at a deeper level. So what is Sea Slug Thailand? Sea Slug Thailand started off as a Facebook page, and it has now got over 4,000 people following it and liking it. And it basically is a curated page where individual observations that are of note, perhaps new or rare species from new and understudied locations in Thailand, are highlighted. And these biodiversity records are vital in our understanding of both sea slugs and their ecological interactions in Thailand. And more recently, we have also launched the Sea Slug Thailand group, which has almost got 3,000 people already. And that is entirely public driven. It is where the public submits their own observations with the relevant metadata, so the date and the location. And that information is then a large catalog of biodiversity freely available for the public to see and observe. Hey, my local dive site has this funky slug that I can go and find, which has happened more than a dozen times as a big highlight in the past year alone. And that has also leads to a positive feedback loop with the marine tourism industry as a whole. People want to then go and see a specific rare or interesting critter that they didn't know that they could prior. So as I said, Sea Slug Thailand Group is another social media effort. So much of what we do with our citizen science revolve around social media. It is one of the most effective tools. We have tried direct submission via websites. We've tried a whole host of other things. Some does work, some works to a lesser capacity, but social media being able to advertise, hey, look, I saw this thing, is a very effective tool that people do value. So in the published data, we can see that there has been a relatively steady increase in the biodiversity documentation of sea slugs in Thailand. My own work starting around 2014-15 does involve some element of citizen science, but none of this data incorporates what we found in Sea Slug Thailand as a whole. This is just independent surveys that others have tried to document from one place or another. And to contextualize that, the Indo-Pacific as a whole, Southeast Asia in general, has a certain variability in the amount of species that we know. Philippines is by far the best documented. Does that mean that the Philippines has the highest diversity? Quite probably, but it also means it has had the greatest amount of investigation. This does not include our latest findings via Sea Slug Thailand. And what we are hoping to publish very soon is, in fact, using just this citizen science portal, we are almost going to double the known biodiversity within Thai waters based on over 4,000 observations of different species in different locations. We're going to have a far deeper biogeographical understanding of what drives certain organisms to be in one place rather than another. For example, the picture on the right is of a newly described species from earlier last year that parasitizes specific species of coral. That has led to a lot of people engaging more closely with coral biodiversity to understand what species one can find. And for example, this is zooxanthellae, for those that know much about corals, a vital organism that is also found in the sea slug. So it acts as a vector for a deeper coral reef education and monitoring efforts. And most importantly, in my opinion, it places Thailand firmly as a significant regional contributor in biodiversity as a whole and ecological understanding as a whole. And that is something that we're going to continue to push via projects such as Sea Slug Thailand. The second case study that I'd like to highlight is Tau Tale Ao Thai. This is the latest iteration of a project we started 7 years ago, based originally from Koh Tao, and it has now spread across the Gulf of Thailand, which aims to collect people's observations of photos and videos of wild sea turtles and using photos of their face, images of their face, both the left, right sides and the top of their head, we're able to identify specific individuals. Using that, we're able to see, well, which turtles are hanging out where. Some are being residential in certain places, some are migrating from places to places. And we're able to use that information to say, okay, these locations are the most important for sea turtle nesting or biology or monitoring or feeding in the Gulf of Thailand. These places are the places where sea turtles are getting the most entangled, or we're finding, unfortunately, the greatest amount of stranding or mortality. We're working more and more closely with the DMCR and other governmental initiatives to help improve our documentation of sea turtles in the Gulf of Thailand. We have now found well over 250 individuals that have been residing in the Gulf of Thailand over the past 10 years. And we've even been able to find hints that a resident population in the Gulf of Thailand migrates over to Malaysia to nest and then comes back, meaning the sea turtle population in the Gulf of Thailand is now internationally important, and it takes an international collaboration to try and do adequate conservation efforts to protect them. So, Tau Te Leo Thai, as I said, aims to have both local resident tourists, marine tourists in Thailand, as well as visiting tourists, should COVID ever formally end, to come back and help us document these turtles. We rely, as I said, on the left side, right side, and top of the head, and other markers and other behaviors. Can we see what a sea turtle is feeding on? Well, if we can, then we're able to understand, well, places that are enriched in particular sea turtle food are likely to host more turtles. Well, from our data, we found that all sea turtles seem to have personalities. Certain sea turtles are a bit more vegan. Certain sea turtles really like to eat corals. Certain sea turtles like to eat sponges. Why? They live in the same place. They just have preferences, which is very interesting. Certain sea turtles like to live in one specific bay. Other sea turtles like to roam around large areas of islands because they're more adventurous. So introverted, extroverted, vegetarian, vegan carnivores. So these are some photos of the left, right, and top of the heads of sea turtles, hawksbills on the top, green sea turtles at the bottom. And you can see that the details of the different scales on the face, the patterns of which are act as a fingerprint that allows to identify specific individuals. It does mean we need a certain amount of good resolution, so we rely on people to not get so close as to invade too much of the personal space of the turtle, but also be able to collect decent enough resolution, which we do have. We have well over 1,500 records now of sea turtles around the Gulf of Thailand that allow us to identify them down to individuals. So this is the latest map. So we're only using data from 2018 to 2021 because most of the turtles that we've recorded in that time we have found hanging around for a while. There are many sea turtles that we have recorded in the database that have disappeared and we don't know what happened to them. Unfortunately, a lot of the time that does mean mortality. But over the past 4 years, we have seen that actually, number one, there is a big overlap in the number of individual turtles hanging out certain areas and where there is a greater tourism effort, right? So Pattaya, Sattahip, Koh Tao, we have a large number of sea turtles, and we're hoping to get more observations from other less well surveyed areas and also areas that perhaps have been surveyed in the past, but their observations just haven't been submitted. But there are other patterns as well. For example, the green sea turtles, regardless of how much people are in the water, there is one giant hotspot, which is Koh Tao, and the rest of the places we get occasional observations. So speaking of that, we will use these observations to give us an idea of what is actually happening. So with regards to marine tourism, even though COVID has been the bane of our life, especially within the marine tourism community over the past couple of years, actually, during COVID, we have seen an increase in the number of observations for Tau Te Leo Thai and with Sea Slug Thailand, especially the launch of the group. So that shows that while the tourism industry as a whole has been hampered significantly from an international level, the local tourism community is still thriving well enough for people to want to contribute this important biodiversity and conservation relevant data. So on average, year in, year out, we see 40 new turtles being added to the database and between 300 to 400 records being submitted every year. And we're hoping to see this number increase. So the project is going strong and hopefully the marine tourism community will recover rapidly from the recent impacts. Using Koh Tao as a specific case study, using just the year 2019, we were able to document 43 individual turtles just around the island, most of which were residential to very specific areas, parts of the island, certain bays, certain islands. And we had 4, the number 4 in the top right corner, that just like to swim around from place to place. We don't know why, but they are content. We had 23 green sea turtles just in one bay in the south of the island, and that is by far the most green sea turtles found anywhere in the Gulf of Thailand as far as we know so far. So that is a remarkable observation in itself. Unfortunately, there are other aspects to consider. So 15% of 15% of turtles that we record for the first time every year are recorded either dead or stranded, and they have to be sent to be looked after, and they're never able to be released again because of either the severity of their injuries or sickness, etc. An additional 30 to 50% of turtles are no longer residents, which means they disappear, they go somewhere and we don't know where. That could be fatalities, that could be they are migrating from one place to another over multi-year periods, which we have some decent data for. And the fact of the matter is a lot of areas just aren't getting surveyed. So we don't have data from large stretches of the Thai coastline, or at least the Gulf of Thailand coastline. And nesting is a bit of a mystery across Southeast Asia as a whole. So there's a huge amount more work to be done. So winding down, I would say that this is just highlighting two specific projects and the way in which we've worked with the tourism industry to drive these projects forward and get academically and conservationally important data where there had not been some in the past. And there are a whole range of other topics and specific organisms and ecosystems that need to be surveyed and where citizen science can play a very active role. There is, for example, the Marsai project that we will hear about shortly. There's Thai whale sharks, the Thailand manta project. We heard about BCSD a little bit earlier. And there's a whole range of other projects that people can get involved in. I would also say as a bonus point, if people can report strandings, injuries, or other observations, that's fantastic. And the big waste management issue that affects every marine ecosystem, both in Thailand and across the world, waste management, plastics, discarded fishing gear, these are all significant aspects. So I will say thank you very much for your attention. I hope I didn't ramble too long. Yeah, and welcome a discussion later.
Thank you, Dr. Hu, for your insights of the project. I'm one of the active participants in your project because I'm a scuba diver, and I am thrilled and excited to see every time the beautiful sea slug picture in your page. And I actually observed the new turtle in Shark Bay and be able to name the new turtle in there. And this is just awesome. I like what you say, that bring together best of both worlds, from the local tourism community and also research and biodiversity. I think this is the perfect example of the citizen science that can work well with local, with tourism, and also you like researcher as well. So I'm so glad to have the niche community diver, scuba diver can somehow contribute to big diversity in Thailand. So thank you very much, Doc. So again, yeah, for audio attendees who join us for Thai speaker, you can choose the interpret into Thai สำหรับผู้ชมทางบ้านนะคะที่เป็นคนไทยพูดภาษาไทยสามารถเลือกแปลได้นะคะในช่องทางเลือกข้างล่างค่ะ All right, so let's continue. So once Marin Ellen Hannibal once says that citizen science is not just an observation, but also a practice that you can help us doing something that is very important, which is to get into the healthier and better alignment with our own place. So having a tool that can easily use and access to an open data is one of the key successful of citizen science project. And with the open source where everyone who has a mobile phone can submit their own observations about themselves can benefit to both professional science community and most of the time just give you the answer of what it is, what is that, what is this plant, what is that animal do. So the iNaturalist is one of the most famous, biggest crowdsourcing, I would say, and widespread use among the many nature observation and nature lover and citizen science project too, as so many of our speakers already mentioned it in this afternoon. So with us today is Tony Iwane. He is the outreach and community coordinator for iNaturalist. He is one of the earliest member and key staff member from iNet. And he will share with us what iNet is actually like and how iNet becomes so popular across the world and on the social media, on the network as well. And for the platform, it's a great platform for everyone to join. So we are so excited to have you with us today. So please, everyone, please welcome Tony.
Thank you so much, Nikki. That was a really nice introduction. Let me share my screen. And present. All right. So again, I really want to thank everyone for inviting us, especially obviously the National Science Museum of Thailand. I'm Tony Iwane, and I've been an iNet. I've been an iNet user since it started. I was lucky enough to be friends with Kenichi Ueda, who was one of the founders of iNaturalist. And we're going to be talking about how iNaturalist is used to track biodiversity on Earth, but it's going to be a bit of a talk about how iNat, even though it's really large, is a very personal thing. So without any further ado, I'm going to get started. So right now, I just took the screenshot about half an hour ago. There are about 85.5 million what we call verifiable observations on iNaturalist. iNaturalist covers the entire world and all taxa. You can see there's about 345,000 species recorded on iNaturalist so far by almost 2 million observers. And that's a lot. We've been around for about 13 years. We've been doubling observations every year for the past few years, growing exponentially, and it's been kind of amazing to watch. And hopefully it can continue growing, especially in places like Thailand that are very diverse. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit later. But what I really want to talk about is the fact that iNaturalist is a social network. I know Facebook's been mentioned a few times, and iNat is sort of like that in that it connects people, but it's very focused. It allows them to share occurrence data and share and discuss and identify occurrence data, and we make that data available to anyone. So this is kind of your standard iNat use. This is my wife taking a photo of a lizard in the desert, in the Mojave Desert. And so basically, most of us have cell phones. With a cell phone, there's a GPS antenna, so you can quickly take a picture of something you find interesting, like this lizard. And your phone is recording your location, it's recording the time and the date. And that makes it very easy for you to share that as an observation on iNaturalist, either on our website or via our mobile apps. And so this is the observation of that photo. So as you can see here, there is the photo. So that's the evidence of what you found. We have the user's profile, the date, the time, and the location, all kind of right up there for anyone to see. And below that is a place for people to add identifications or comments and have a discussion. All of our identifications are based on a global taxonomic database that we and our site volunteers maintain. So it's very easy to search by taxa, and it's very easy for people to kind of learn, how different taxa are nested within each other. And what I really like to think about iNaturalist as, I like to think of every observation as the start of a discussion. It's people around the world stopping for a moment, noticing something interesting, a plant, an animal, a bird track, a fungus, taking the time to photograph it or record the sound of it and share with other people and say, I saw this thing, here's when I saw it, here's where I saw it. What do you think it is? And the community can then discuss that. They can add identifications. A lot of times for something common like this, it's just going to be identifications that are added to it. And if it gets verified by the community, it's what we call research grade, and we share that with the Global Biodiversity Information Facility every week. But of course, it's a living data set. So if someone comes in and says, this is wrong, and they can actually provide an argument, and as long as it's civil and evidence-based, maybe change the community's ID of what this is. So it's always an ongoing discussion about what people have seen, and it's all about teaching and learning about the natural world. Here is about 1 hour of iNaturalist activity from earlier in October. Each dot is a new observation that was added during that hour, and each of these orange lines is an identification that was added to an observation. It goes from the identifier's location, slightly obscured, to the observation that was being identified. So in that amount of time, there's about 5,500 new observations, 12,000 new identifications, and about 200 new people joined iNaturalist. And I think this is just incredible. Each one of these dots represents a moment that someone stopped to appreciate and want to understand and record something that was not a human. And all these orange lines represent people helping other people learn more about nature and improve the data quality on iNaturalist. So this is a whole network of people who are helping, who are sharing this passion of recording and understanding nature. And I kind of want to go into a deep dive of one observation and the discussion that it started. This is my friend Carlos. He works for National Geographic. He works with their explorers and helping them use iNaturalist. He's from Mexico. This is him in Penang at a workshop a few years ago. And he lives in Monterrey, Mexico. He lives in an urban area. And, you know, he's got a backyard. It's not too big. They do try to plant native plants there. And he and his wife and his father have been recording observations of the things they see in their backyard for the past 7 years or so. And they use iNaturalist to record those observations and get identification help. And so they've recorded almost 2,000 observations of over 700 species in these last 7 years, just in this little area in urban Mexico. And last October, Carlos's father took a couple photos of this insect right here. This is a tree cricket, and it was posted to iNaturalist. You know, they knew it was a tree cricket, that was about it. And what's cool is that there is someone on iNaturalist who lives in the northern part of the US named Nancy Collins, and she is a tree cricket expert. She actually came into it late into her life, but she's definitely an expert and just wants people to understand and appreciate tree crickets. So she has actually gone through all the thousands of observations of tree crickets on iNet and added IDs and comments and encouraging advice for how to better photograph them. So she came across this observation, and she and Carlos actually had a discussion on it because she could not match it to any known species in the area. And she basically asked Carlos to record some more information about this individual cricket, if he could, because it's a possible new species. So she kind of taught him how to record the song, which is used for identification. And eventually, over the phone, because he couldn't send the sample to the US, and it was COVID, they couldn't really, no one could travel. She actually talked him through dissecting the tree cricket to look at certain parts of the anatomy that they needed to check to see if it matched any known species. So they did that, they collaborated on that together, and it actually resulted in the description of a new tree cricket species. It was published earlier this year in the Journal of Orthoptera, I believe. And so what's so cool is that neither of these people were actually, no one had like a specific project of trying to study tree crickets. These are people this is Carlos, who just wants to understand what's around his house, and Nancy, who wants to help people learn and appreciate tree crickets. They found each other on iNaturalist. They were able to communicate with each other on iNaturalist, and that led to the description of a new species. And this happened right in Carlos's backyard in urban Monterrey. And I think that's it's a really important thing to keep in mind, is that each one of these observations is this discussion, it's this collaboration among people all around the world. And I think you might have noticed that I don't think I've used the term citizen science as of yet, because what's kind of interesting is that iNaturalist doesn't really consider itself as a citizen science project. You know, citizen science projects, they're awesome, but they are often, very discrete. They want to answer a certain question, and they are generally top down, right? So a researcher has a question, they recruit people to get the data. That's not always the case, but traditionally that's how it's been. And iNet, the data are really important to us, and the quality of the data is really important to us. But I think what's really interesting, and this is a quote from the original final project write-up of iNaturalist in 2008, when it was a project at the University of California, Berkeley, is that they wrote, by focusing on facilitating a lifestyle data collection, iNaturalist encourages data contribution through the self-interest of an avid hobbyist. So what we really try to do is we try to generate data, but we want people to kind of intrinsically enjoy stopping, looking, documenting, and sharing the nature they see around them. And we want them to engage with nature through technology and through this platform, and also engage with each other. I mean, we think that's a huge part of why people keep coming back to iNaturalist, because they find these things cool, and they will connect with other people who find slugs cool, or tree crickets to be something really interesting. And that's really how iNaturalist is designed. It is designed as a social network to help people intrinsically enjoy sharing, documenting, and discussing nature. And the way we kind of do that is we focus on user experience. We focus on it being pretty easy to use. We could always improve on that, but we feel it's pretty easy right now. We feel that it's important to be open in both community. So we have world experts on iNaturalist. We also have people who are just getting into nature and just wanting to learn, you know, what is this flower, or, you know, will this spider in my house kill me? So we have this huge spectrum of users, and we're open to all of them because they could all learn from each other or teach each other. And we also encourage civil evidence-based discussion and identification. So disagreements are fine, but they need to be civil and they need to be based on evidence. If you disagree with something, cite the evidence and have a discussion about it, you know, and this also helps people learn kind of the scientific method and how to communicate in a scientific manner and communicate and think in a scientific manner. So really it's a community that shares discussions and identifies observations of wild organisms, and that generates the scientifically usable data. So by making it an enjoyable, easy experience for anyone, this is how we get that data. And actually we've shared about almost 36 million observations with GBIF, and iNat data has been cited over 1,900 times from GBIF. And it's actually now the most cited data set of the over 60,000 data sets tracked by GBIF. So not only are we engaging people, the people and the community of iNaturalists are generating data that are being used by researchers, and also just anyone there who maybe wants to plan a trip or understand more of the life around them. And again, we think this is really important. So these are just some testimonials of people who have said iNaturalist has really helped them. You know, someone said it's helped them engage with nature in a deeply meaningful way, and they've made 1,500 observations in the last year. Someone else said they don't like spiders, and the only thing they can get them near a spider is iNaturalist. Someone studying moths said that they could not get the kind of data on the moth habitat from anywhere else but iNaturalist. And someone else said, you know, it's helped me, especially during the pandemic. We hear that a lot. You know, people were able to really kind of explore and understand their backyards or their neighborhoods when they go out on walks, and they can connect with people over the internet when they couldn't in real life. I do want to mention that we are a joint initiative of the California Academy of Sciences and the National Geographic Society. And, you know, iNat started in 2008. In 2014, we became part of the Cal Academy. And then in 2017, we also joined with National Geographic. So that kind of turned us into this joint initiative. And, you know, we were doing really well, but obviously it really helped to have the backing of these really prestigious institutions, the funding, the outreach, and their kind of overhead and support. But what was cool is that, you know, all of our missions are aligned, right? Cal Academy and National Geographic are about exploring, they're about conservation, they're about nature appreciation. And iNaturalist allows them to kind of further their missions in that way. With Cal Academy, our community science division is using iNaturalist. National Geographic is helping train their explorers around the world to use iNaturalist. And it's kind of a win-win for both of us. We get support from them, and they can kind of use iNaturalist and our iNaturalist community and to further their goals. And since they're all aligned, it's awesome. A few examples of that are the City Nature Challenge, which is run by the California Academy of Sciences and Natural History Museum of Los Angeles. I believe there were, I can't remember exactly, but there were several hundred cities participating last year. It's around April, May. And they, in a span of about 4 or 5 days, they added about 1.2 million observations from different cities around the world of over 47,000 species. And this is organized by Cal Academy and the other Natural History Museum. And iNat is the main recording platform. And we kind of work with them on figuring out some of the logistics. And then the National Geographic Society uses iNaturalist in some of their education programs. They have how-tos for bioblitzing and using iNaturalist. And again, their explorers are also using it as well in various parts of the world. We are also partnering with institutions in different parts of the world. And we have what we call the iNaturalist networks. There's different websites all going to the same database, but kind of with a skin that is good for each country. You can see we have about 18 right now, none in Asia, unfortunately, but that should change soon, hopefully. And this has really helped us it's helped these organizations get the data and the engagement with iNaturalist, and it's helped us we don't know what's going on in Costa Rica, we don't know what's going on in Greece, we're not on the ground there. These people know, what the naturalist community is like there, and they can help us, and we can help them just create and grow an iNaturalist community in their area. And it's been amazing. The engagement in some of these places has just really skyrocketed, and it's been awesome to watch. Just really quickly, I just want to show you a few examples of iNat data in use. So this is the American trout lily. It's a big showy flower. And this is data that's just mined from iNaturalist. This is just, it's just data that these are observations that people uploaded, but no one asked them to. They just thought it was a pretty flower. And, just looking at the data, you can see that this flower bloomed 3 weeks earlier in 2016, 2017, compared to 2014, 2015. And that's a really easy way to detect what's going on in the planet. And we think of iNat as like a huge sensor for what's going on in biodiversity. It, of course, can be used as a recording platform for all sorts of citizen science projects. This is one of the more fun ones. A herpetologist in LA saw that people were uploading photos of alligator lizards in mating holds. There were only 3 records of that in the entire scientific literature. So he has done outreach every year, asking for people to upload these photos to iNaturalist, and he now has more than 300 records to study. And it's not just spatial temporal data, this is behavioral data that people are uploading to iNaturalist as part of a citizen science project. Finally, I just want to point out our colleagues at Cal Academy. This is Rebecca and this is Allison. They are marine biologists, and they have been monitoring this reef with a group of people and various people that come in and out, but a core group of people for years now. It's just south of San Francisco. They go out there in the low tide, they record what they find on iNaturalist. And over the past 9 years, they've recorded almost 30,000 observations of over 750 species in this really tiny area. And just by building this community and using iNaturalist as a really easy platform for recording these data, they're getting a ton of stuff and a ton of longitudinal data. And that allowed them to figure out, check out the sea slug, this pink sea slug that lives down south. All of a sudden, it started appearing up here in Northern California, and it became the most observed sea slug for a few years. And they were able to compare that to a more standard sea slug on the reef and dig into these trends that they were seeing. So it's really, really cool stuff if you can get a community monitoring an area and get them involved. As I wrap up here, I do want to talk about one of the great success stories is iNaturalist in Taiwan. This is Cheng Tao Lin. He is a professor at Chiayi University, and he almost single-handedly helped iNaturalist grow in Taiwan. He translated the site and the website and our apps into Chinese. He worked with us to get common names uploaded into the site and conservation statuses, and he did a lot of trainings and outreach throughout the country. He also runs a Facebook group called iNaturalist Taiwan, where people can ask questions and get advice for using iNaturalist. And as you can see, it was basically a flat line for years and years until his engagement really kicked in, and it started just absolutely getting really huge. This is a City Nature Challenge, I believe. Anyway, it's a huge spring bump. But Taiwan has been one of our biggest success stories, and all it takes is a community that just encourages each other and helps each other grow and learn. And you know what? We are seeing similar things in Taiwan. This is Narirat Bunchai. I hope I pronounced that correctly. She's a National Geographic explorer. She translated our apps and websites a few months ago. And as you can see, this is a little different graph. The last one was observations per week. This one's per week. Last one was per month. And you can see right around the time those translations were released, there was a huge spike in iNaturalist usage, and it seems like a real growth of hopefully a sustainable community. And there's currently this project going on now, and we are really hoping that iNaturalist will have its own community of residents that will support each other and help identify each other's observations and help everyone understand and appreciate nature in the country over the next few years. If anyone wants to work with us on that, you definitely reach out to help@inaturalist.org, and we can kind of work on getting maybe names imported and conservation statuses updated and everything. But I'm really excited to see what Thailand does in citizen science and on iNaturalist. And I just thank you for listening to me. And I'm looking forward to discussing this all later with you. Thanks.
Thank you, Tony. I'm fascinated by so many people joining INAT like across the world. And like I like that you mentioned that INAT is just not the citizen science, but it's a platform, a social network that can start the discussions and basically teaching and learning from each other. And also like I think the key success of your application is that because it's just there voluntarily to support, to tracking, to observe. That's why it's constantly feeding the data of the plants and animals there to your app. So I think the Kun Tom from iNaturalist can share about iNet in Thailand soon after this. But like before we move on to the next section, we do have a question from the audience to ask both of you, Tony and Dr. Rahul. So the question is, could you please give some insight on how you plan the data collection and keep on such a long data record? Maybe this one, Dr. Rahul can answer first in terms of the researcher, how you manage to use those information and data support to your project.
Sure. I mean, I answered very, very briefly already. So in all honesty, it is a direct combination of coffee and whiskey for sustaining the volunteer effort that goes into that, as well as in terms of its growth, identifying the best directions that the best gaps in the information are, you have to reassess that on a regular basis. So we know, for example, that as we had an increase in the number of observations from Pattaya and Chonburi regarding Tau Tale Ao Tai, we were like, okay, fantastic. We know what we are getting there. What are the potentially geographically closely located places that we know information from which could really expand the story? So for example, Rayong or Trat, and seeing if there's any migration outside of the Gulf of Thailand. Regarding Sea Slug Thailand, the data management and the focus comes from, well, what looks weird, what looks like it is really advancing the story of our academic understanding, and what would really engage people to contribute more. Perfect example is called Losin. Losin, for those that have been following Sea Slug Thailand, has its own weird diversity of organisms when we talk about sea slugs compared to what we're getting in the rest of our Thai. So yeah, the data management comes from just a lot of volunteer work and stress, and everything else comes from continuing to reprioritize on a regular basis.
Thank you, Doc. So Tony, I would like to hear from you too, since INAT definitely gonna have a lot of back-end people to support a bunch of data over there. How do you manage a lot of data there? Or what if the researcher want to seek out or want to get information about your data? How they can get the support on it?
So I'm not a technical person, so I won't be able to answer anything too technical, but we really only have 8 people on our staff, which is kind of amazing. I'm really only one person who works on our backend, and he is just amazing. His name is Patrick, and he's done a lot to just help us manage our database and keep it growing with iNaturalist. It's definitely been, on the technical side, it's been our biggest kind of hurdle. We basically had to just keep up with the growth, and when we would love to be adding new features. So I'm not sure I can answer specifically. I'll just say we have a really, really amazing developer that we can't appreciate enough. As far as making the data available, we export what we call research grade observations that are properly licensed to the Global Biodiversity Information Facility once a week. We give them an export, and I'm not sure how often they ingest it, but we give it to them once a week. And that is probably the best way to deal with getting data from iNaturalist. You can also export it from us, but GBIF has a lot more infrastructure for exporting data and more tools for kind of getting more granular data. But we definitely are running up against some issues, and we're actively looking into ways to solve some of the data growth on iNet. unfortunately, I can't really say much more.
All right, thank you, Tony. So that's from the keynote speaker. I think both INET and also CISLAC and Tautale still need a lot more engagement from citizens. So everyone, attendees who listen to us, please feel free to join the application. It's actually fun. It's just like catching Pokemon for INET, and also me as a scuba diver. Every time when I'm diving, I'm always keen to look for just tiny little thing of sea slug and be happy to share with everyone. So thank you for two of you. So hopefully you can still with us at the end for the panel discussion with the other keynote. So let's move closer to the Thailand. Just June this year, almost you probably heard the news about a ghost net, the fishing gear cover the Losin coral reef, which is one of the biggest parts of the coral reef in Thailand. And actually, Losin is over 70 kilometers from the mainland, and that huge big patch of fishing gear was tangled there. That incident give a right time evidence to government to announce that the Losin Island is to be one of the marine protected area. So right now, I'm so happy to hear that ADMAC and also IUCN joined together to launch the marine citizen science to help tackle this problem in terms of tracking the biodiversity, and also launch the protocol how to get the net back without harming the environment. So today, helping with me are two ladies, Supacha Japong, instructor Temi from EDMAC, and also Siaram Siripon, Senior Program Officer, Marine and Coastal from IUCN Thailand, to share with us about their project, Marsai, a citizen science protocol to understand the impact of derelict fishing gear. Please, everyone, welcome them.
Thank you so much, Nikki, and hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I would like to thank you guys for joining our talk. So today I'm going to talk about the Marine Science Citizens Initiative, and I will introduce you to what Marsai is and why do we need it. And I also will give you the big picture of the net collecting protocol. After that, I will hand it to my colleague Vivi from IUCN to continue the next part. So let's begin. What is Marsai? So Marine Science Citizens Initiative, we aim at bridging people between recreational communities and also the academics in Thailand to tackle on the challenge of encouraging everyone to share information or observations on marine observations and also the organisms that they found in the oceans. And those data can be provided to scientists and NGOs who are working on research or conservation. So as Rahul mentions, especially in Thailand, the social media platforms such as Facebook group is very active and easy to access. So we see that as an opportunity to gather those observations. So why do we need it? Before we start, I would like to introduce you to some history of the derelict fishing gear first. Some of you might have heard this word, or some of you might have not. But if I mention about ghost fishing gear, I think most of you guys would be more familiar. The ghost fishing gear was first identified and investigated 40 years ago, but still lacks of data. Due to the increasing of ecological and economic impacts, that is one of the reasons why we should concern about it. And the cause of discarded and derelict fishing gears, it can be unintentionally or deliberately disposed due to the poor disposal facilities and unaffordable, also with the poor regulations and policy enforcement. And once the gear is discarded in the ocean, it's also hard to locate it where it is and also hard to collect it back. And those gear can entangle marine organisms such as fish, reptiles, and mammals. So the type of entanglement is also vary between animal groups. As you can see, a quarter of seabirds, half of all seals, and a third of all whales. They also got effects from the living fishing gears, including 7 species of marine turtle. Even the top predators such as sharks, they also show high mortality when there is entanglement. So from this picture, you can see how sad it is. And yeah, also on coral reef too, those fishing gears can cause a direct tissue damage and also fragmentation, which is basically breaking corals into pieces. And the net or the fishing gear itself can also cause a complex microbe community, and it can lead to infections or disease on corals. And it's a perfect place for biofouling organisms to settle down and then outcompete corals. From the picture, you can see that the hooks and the net can easily entangle with the corals and can damage them. So in Thailand, there are a few investigations have been carried out, but mostly in commercial sector, and they found out that the strong currents and poor weather are the main factors that cause this problem. We can also see the previous studies and incidents in Got Tao, Got Manai, and Got Losin too. So the protocol. In this part, this protocol was designed for scuba divers who has a prior training in scuba diving, of course, and also they also have to be able to identify the marine species and also knows how to remove the discarded fishing gear safely. This is the overview of the 5 steps. We are going to start with the first one, preliminary data. So in this step, we have to collect these data, which are the number, the depth that we found the gears, and the types of the gear. It can be net, rope, or fishing lines, and also the substrate that the gear was most entangled with. So it can be sand, rocks, corals, or sponge. And the second step is safety assessment. Before we actually collect the net or the gear, we also have to look if there's any harmful materials or not by using visual inspection followed by physical inspections. The third can be biotics such as pufferfish or scallopfish, as you see in the pictures, or it can be a biotic such as hook or any sharp materials. And the third step is to identify what types of animal is entangled with the gears and how many of them. In this step, you also have to look if it's either living animals or dead animals. You can see the picture of the example slates on the right corner. On the fourth step, this one is safe removal. So we suggest to remove the net or the gear as a single piece or as few as possible. It's not only easier for the data collection, but also decrease the chance that you're gonna lose the net or the lines. So in this step, you can also remove the entangled marine organisms too. The last step is measurement and notes. So in this step, the divers have to measure the size of the gear underwater in a metric system. And the way that we measure it is also depends on the types of the gear. So if it's like a simple piece like fishing lines or rope, we can just simply measure it single length. But if it's a complex piece like net, you also have to measure the maximum length and the maximum width. So this is the picture of the slide, how it looked like underwater, all the data that the diver has to collect. And all the protocols and the steps, anything can be found on the Marsai group on Facebook too. So in the next step, I would like to hand it to Baby. So thank you.
Thank you, Ka. So let me share my slides. Okay, once you conduct the Maasai protocol and observe all the data, you can submit the data in the several channels. So for photos, you can submit to our Facebook group, Maasai. You can also scan the QR code here. You can post pictures and video and location as you wish. And for the data, in the slate that you record from the trip, please submit it to admec@lovewildlife.org. We have Raul and team kindly to conduct the analysis of the data information, and we plan to make the data public available to the public on the annual basis. And we also would like to emphasize too, like we not recommend, for the safety to remove the net. Is it really big? You should inform and contact the government of Thailand, Department of Marine and Coastal Resort on the site that you saw the ghost here. And in terms of the data management and outputs, as mentioned before, that IUCN partner with ADMEC, and we also partner with another platform, Business and Bioseed Network Alliance. So there will be 3 main channels that this data will be made available to the public. And the Maasai project will be created under ADMEC website. And for the IUCN, as this project, the Maasai is part of the IUCN Close the Plastic Tap program, because as Raul and Nong Ploy already mentioned before, that we do not have this type of data available. So it will be very useful to see that 1 year from now, what is the site and location where animals are trapped in the net, and and be analyzed in a scientific way. And another platform that we would like to share, because people, different site is for different group of people. At MEC, I think you have a lot of followers who are more scientific group, and at UCN we have more the non-profit organization. And this platform is the Business and Bioseed Network Alliance. So far we have 17 companies as a member, so they can also this layer will be public for anyone. So I think through these 3 channels we can raise awareness about the impact of ghost here on the biodiversity. And this picture I just wanted to share, IUCN recently released a report as well, the leakage of the plastic to the ocean. But because we only rely on the secondary data, so we cannot understand really, clearly how is it on the field, especially on the provincial details. And last week, I have a meeting with the iNaturalist Thailand Alliance, where Khun Utain also part of that as well. And he kindly give me an example of the netting and trapping tools group in the iNaturalist. And I think that we could actually, share the Maasai project as well in the iNaturalist, so that we asking people to submit, picture of animal that trapped in the ghost gear. And I think that would be very interesting next step forwards. And so in terms of the future application that I would like to emphasize again, citizen science is very important, because because if the diver, right, you are the researcher, you just alone, you just 2 eyes, 2 hands. But if you can tell your friend who normally go to diving anywhere, say hey, normally in your one trip you do 2 dive or 4 dive. If you can talk with your dive master and share this too, and dedicate one trip, 1 dive or 2 dive on your trip to record this data information. And I think people will get the reward back as well, that they just not only dive for recreation but also contributing to science. And in end of this month, month, together with ADMEC team and the Department of Marine Coastal Resource and a few partners, will be conducting the Maasai Citizen Science 2 at ADMEC Center as well. So we hope that to have an official rolling out this tool to all the researchers and all the dive shop in Thailand. And we also share this tool to our Vietnam team at IUCN, so it will be translating in Vietnamese as well. So if you would know anyone in other country that would like to adopt this protocol to be used in other country, please feel free to contact either IUCN or ADMEC team. Yeah, and as of now, we already have reached out to existing partner to take the lead to promote the citizen side too. So ADMEC have the base in Rayong, so they will be the one who be the co-lead. And in Got Tao, Rak Thai and Bellfin project will help spread this tool with the dive shop, and then it will be we partner with Nature My Education and Coral and Wind Guardian to help promote this tool. The more people use it, the more better information we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivi. Thank you, Ploy, for sharing your Maasai, the project and protocol. And I just like that so many spectrum of the Citizen Science project that we can involve and engage with INET too. It's just a cool application. Thanks to Tony and team for provide such application too. And Dr. Rahu is actually holding so many projects about marine as well. So I have to give a big hand to him too. So like for the audience, don't just think that it's far from you. The marine is actually one of the most sensible environment. They're just there, and the fish, the coral, the marine environment, they cannot move there. If the problem happens, it's us that have to take turn and actually help tackle the problem. So thanks ADMEC and IUCN for launch the amazing event. We are hope that this can successful, and we happy to share it as well. So let's move on to back on land. Like everyone was mentions about eBird before. That's the platform where you can observe the birds in town. And also Tony also mentions about the iNaturalist in Thailand. We actually have a strong momentum and attempt to have the Thailand iNaturalist associations to strengthen the use of iNaturalist. So having us with me today is Kuntom Uten Pumarin. He's the nature educators from Nature Plants, and he also worked with eBird. He come to share the presentations about exploring nature in the COVID-19 era with eBird and iNaturalist global online platform in Thailand. He will give the presentation in Thai. So with the English speaker, you can choose the interpret into English in the option below. So everyone, please give a warm welcome to Kuntom Uten Pumarin. คุณทอมเปิดไมค์ด้วยนะคะโอเคสวัสดีทุกท่านนะครับผมทอมอุเทนภูมิรินทร์นะครับก็ชื่อกลุ่ม Nature Pearl นะครับมาจาก Pay and Learn ครับก็เป็นกลุ่ม Nature Pearl พาเด็กๆและครอบครัวศึกษาธรรมชาตินะครับก่อนช่วงโควิด -19 เมื่อ2 ปีก่อนเราก็จะมีวีคเอนด์หรือว่า outing trip นะครับก็ไปดูนกศึกษาธรรมชาตินะครับไป river snorkeling ก็คือสำรวจธรรมชาติระบบนิเวศลำธารนะครับอย่างนี้เป็นต้นนะครับแต่ว่าช่วง 1-2 ปีที่ผ่านมาก็คือยุคของโควิดอีราเนี่ยเราก็ชะงักเลยนะครับก็จะเหมือนกับทุกท่านก็คือเปลี่ยนเป็นออนไลน์นะครับเดี๋ยวผมจะแชร์สไลด์ว่าเราสำรวจธรรมชาติในช่วงวิกฤตของโควิด -19 กันอย่างไรนะครับโดยใช้2แพลตฟอร์มหลักก็คือใช้ของสากลที่มีอยู่แล้วนะครับก็คือ iNaturalist 1แล้วก็2ก็คือ eBird นะครับในช่วง2 ปี 2020 ถึง 2021 นะครับ2 ปีที่เป็นปัจจุบันนี้นะครับในช่วงโควิดยังอยู่กับเรานะครับครับอันนี้ก็จะเห็นภาพที่เป็น before and after นะครับก็คือช่วงก่อนยุคโควิดเนี่ยเราก็จะเห็นว่าเราสามารถทำกิจกรรมที่ออนไซต์หรือว่าไปสนุกสนานกับธรรมชาติรอบตัวไปในสวนสาธารณะไปในพื้นที่ธรรมชาตินะครับไปอุทยานแห่งชาติอย่างนี้เป็นต้นนะครับก็อย่างกลุ่ม Nature Pearl ของผมเองนะครับก็
มีกิจกรรมที่เป็น weekend trip นะครับพาเด็กๆและก็ครอบครัวไปเรียนรู้ธรรมชาติรอบตัวทั้งในกรุงเทพปริมณฑลแล้วก็อุทยานแห่งชาติอย่างเช่นเขาใหญ่จังหวัดนครราชสีมาหรืออุทยานแห่งชาติแก่งกระจานนะครับจังหวัดเพชรบุรีก็คือป่าใกล้กรุงเทพนะครับก็มีกิจกรรมตลอดแต่ในช่วงยุคของโควิด -19 ที่เกิดแพนเดมิกหรือว่าระบาดเนี่ยนะครับ2ปีก็คือ2020กับ2021ที่เป็นปัจจุบันอยู่นี้นะครับประเทศไทยก็เพิ่งผ่านช่วงพีคมานะครับก็คือยังไม่ได้ดีขึ้นนะครับยอดก็ยังไม่ดีขึ้นนะครับก็เราอยู่กับโควิด -19 แบบช่วงพีคมาเป็นปีแล้วนะครับในปีนี้นะครับเดี๋ยวผมก็จะมาเล่าให้ฟังว่าหลักๆแล้วด้วยประสบการณ์มันต้องเปลี่ยนจากbefore ก็คือ on site เป็นออนไลน์เนี่ยนะครับในยุคโควิดเนี่ยเราทำยังไงมีอะไรที่เราเรียนรู้ได้บ้างโดยใช้2แพลตฟอร์มก็คือ iNaturalist แล้วก็ eBird นะครับวิทยาศาสตร์พลเมืองหรือ Citizen Science ในประเทศไทยเนี่ยเริ่มมาเป็น20กว่าปีแล้วนะครับอย่างเช่นที่เด่นชัดมากๆก็คือต้องเอ่ยถึงก็คือมูลนิธิโลกสีเขียวหรือว่า Green World Foundation นะครับก็มีกิจกรรมนักสืบต่างๆนะครับไม่ว่าจะเป็นนักสืบสายน้ำที่พาเด็กๆทั่วประเทศไทยนะครับเรียนรู้ระบบนิเวศต้นน้ำหรือระบบนิเวศลำธารนะครับแล้วก็นักสืบชายหาดตามชายหาดที่เป็นเม็ดทรายหรือแก่งหินนะครับแล้วล่าสุดก็จะมีนักสืบสายลมนะครับก็คือมี Stream and Beat Detective แล้วก็มีไลเคนวอทก็คือพาไปดูไลเคนแล้วก็สอดคล้องว่าคุณภาพอากาศในเมืองหรือในพื้นที่สาธารณะเนี่ยดูได้จากไลเคนที่มีความทนอย่างเช่นสวนลุมพินีเนี่ยมีไลเคนกี่ชนิดกันที่ทนมลพิษหรือว่าสารเคมีจากรถยนต์ได้นะครับก็แล้วก็จะมีกิจกรรมสำรวจชีวิตในเมืองของกรุงเทพนะครับก็คือชื่อว่า Bangkok Wild Watch นะครับเริ่มมาตั้งแต่ปี2012นะครับปัจจุบันก็ยังมีอยู่ยกเว้นปีที่ผ่านมานะครับด้วยสถานการณ์โควิดเราก็มูลที่โลกสีเขียวก็ไม่ได้จัดกิจกรรมนะครับปกติทุกปีเราจะจัด1ครั้งนะครับแล้วก็จะมีเมื่อ2014นะครับก็จะใกล้เคียงกับ iNaturalist มากที่สุดนะครับก็คือเราจัดปฏิบัติการสำรวจธรรมชาติหรือสำรวจทางชีวภาพนะครับที่บางกระเจ้าสมุทรปราการนะครับก็เป็น Biobit นะครับ Biobit ก็จะเป็นชื่อเฉพาะคนไทยอาจจะไม่ค่อยคุ้นแต่ถ้าBangkok Wild Watch ก็กิจกรรมจะคล้ายกันก็คือเป็นสำรวจปฏิบัติการทางชีววิทยานะครับก็คือเอานักชีววิทยานักวิจัยด้านความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพไม่ว่าจะเป็นด้านนกด้านสัตว์ด้านปลาด้านเห็ดราอย่างนี้เป็นต้นนะครับก็เอามาตะลุมบอลกันอย่างเช่นตอน Biobit 2014เนี่ยเราก็ใช้เวลารันก็คือ24ชั่วโมงนะครับใน1วันแล้วก็มาเหมือน challenge กันแข่งขันกันว่าได้กี่ชนิดนะครับก็มีข้อมูลก็คือในปี2014ก็คือมูลที่โลกสีเขียวเนี่ยประมาณ20ปีที่ผ่านมาก็ทำกิจกรรมอย่างนี้แล้วก็อีกด้านหนึ่งนะครับที่มีกิจกรรมวิทยาศาสตร์พลเมืองก่อนที่จะมี eBird นะครับแอปพลิเคชันหรือว่าแพลตฟอร์มของ ebird.org ก็คือสมาคมอนุรักษ์นกและธรรมชาติแห่งประเทศไทยนะครับ Bird Conservation Society of Thailand หรือตัวย่อว่า BCST เนี่ยก็จะมีกิจกรรมมาเกือบ20ปีเช่นกันนะครับอย่างเช่นช่วง10ปีให้หลังก็จะมีกิจกรรมที่ทำกันทั่วเอเชียหรือทวีปเอเชียนะครับก็คือ Asian Waterbird Census ก็คือชื่อไทยจะเป็นงานนับนกน้ำฤดูหนาวแต่จริงๆแล้วก็คือเป็นทั้งเอเชียเพราะว่านกน้ำหลายชนิดที่ใช้พื้นที่ชุ่มน้ำหรือเวทแลนด์เนี่ยก็จะต้องอนุรักษ์ทั้งภูมิภาคนะครับอนุรักษ์ทั้งทวีปเพราะว่าก็จะเป็นเส้นทางเอเชียออสเตรเลียไฟเวย์ก็คืออนุรักษ์ที่ประเทศไทยไม่ได้ประเทศไทยอาจจะเป็นแหล่งพักพิงในช่วงฤดูหนาวนะครับแต่ว่าบ้านเกิดหรือว่าแหล่งที่เขาทำรังวางไข่อย่างเช่นสปูนบิลแซนด์ไพเปอร์ที่เป็น critical endanger นะครับนกไชเลนปากช้อนตัวเท่านกกระจอกที่เป็นนกหายากใกล้สูญพันธุ์อย่างยิ่งเนี่ยก็บ้านเกิดอยู่ที่ทะเลสาบไบคาร์นะครับแต่ว่าก็อพยพมาที่พม่าบังกลาเทศและก็ไทยด้วยนะครับอันนี้ก็คืองานแล้วก็จะมีอย่างเช่นงานเขาใหญ่เบิร์ดเซนซัสต่างๆอินทนนท์เบิร์ดเซนซัสของล้านนาเบิร์ดเนเจอร์คลับนะครับก็คือกลุ่มอนุรักษ์นกและธรรมชาติล้านนานะครับโดยหมอหม่องนะครับการรังสฤษดิ์ กาญจนวณิชก็จะทำกิจกรรมก็จะมีอินทนนท์เซนซัสมีไวท์แว็กเทลเซนซัสนะครับก็คือนับนกในเมืองของตัวเชียงใหม่ที่ประตูท่าแพอันนี้ก็ให้เห็นภาพของ Citizen Science ในไทยว่าก็มีก่อนที่จะมีแพลตฟอร์มที่ง่ายนะครับก็คือมีเพียงสมาร์ทโฟนก็สามารถบันทึกรายชื่อนกผ่านแอปพลิเคชัน eBird ได้นะครับหรือว่าไม่รู้จักสิ่งมีชีวิตแต่มีมือถือสมาร์ทโฟนอย่างที่คุณโทนี่ ของ iNet ได้บอกก็คือสามารถถ่ายรูปแล้วก็แชร์ไปใน iNaturalist Platform ได้ครับแพลตฟอร์มแรกก็คือผมจะพูดถึง eBird นะครับ eBird คืออะไร eBird ก็คือแอปพลิเคชันนะครับหรือตัว global platform ปักษีวิทยานะครับซึ่งเริ่มต้นโดย Lab ห้องปฏิบัติการทางปักษีวิทยาของ Cornell นะครับ Cornell Lab Ornithology ที่อเมริกานะครับแล้วตอนนี้ก็มีมาก่อนปี 2013 นะครับซึ่งตอนนี้ในไทยก็มีแปลเป็นภาษาไทยนะครับมี eBird Regional Reviewer นะครับก็คือมีผู้ที่คอยตรวจทานนะครับแล้วก็เป็นนักอนุกรมวิธานนะครับคอยระบุแล้วก็ตรวจสอบรายชื่อหรือว่าเช็คลิสต์ของนกนะครับอย่างเช่นประเทศไทยเนี่ยมีความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพมากนะครับก็คือนกมีมากกว่า 1,060 ถึง 1,070 ชนิดนะครับอย่างที่แสดงอยู่หน้าจอนี้ก็เพิ่งแคปมาเมื่อเช้านี้เองนะครับเราก็จะเห็นว่ามีชนิดนกเนี่ยเป็นพันกว่าชนิดตามที่มีรายงานในประเทศไทยแล้วก็ตัวแอปพลิเคชันหรือตัวเว็บไซต์เองเนี่ยก็คือมีในโหมดของภาษาไทยแล้วนะครับก็จะง่ายแล้วก็เฟรนลี่ต่อผู้ใช้ที่เป็นภาษาไทยอย่างเช่นเราจะสามารถซับมิตนกที่เป็นประเทศไทยนะครับก็ใช้ชื่อไทยหรือเป็นตัวย่อได้เลยอย่างเช่นนกกาเหว่านกกังเขนบ้านอย่างนี้นะครับก็สามารถที่จะบันทึกข้อมูลและก็แชร์กันไปได้นะครับอันนี้คือตัวโชว์ตัวแอปพลิเคชันนะครับถ้าเข้าไปก็คือเริ่มต้นเพิ่มรายชื่อนกนะครับพอเรากดเข้าไปก็จะมีรายชื่อนกภาษาไทยนะครับอย่างเช่นตัวเว็บไซต์ของ eBird เองเนี่ยนะครับถ้าเราเลือก preference หรือความชอบในการ setting แล็ปท็อปหรือแอปพลิเคชันเป็นภาษาไทยนะครับเว็บเพจหรือเว็บไซต์ก็จะแสดงผลเป็นภาษาไทยอย่างเช่นภาพที่แคปให้ดูก็คือนกกังเขนบ้านก็คือเป็นนกที่พบได้บ่อยในเมืองนะครับก็จะมีข้อมูลนะครับมี rank map หรือแผนที่ที่การกระจายที่มาจาก Citizen Science วิทยาศาสตร์พลเมืองที่แชร์กันเข้ามานะครับก็หมายความว่าคนไปดูนกได้ยินเสียงนกกังเขนบ้านร้องเนี่ยก็ใส่ข้อมูลเข้ามาในรายชื่อนกแล้วก็แชร์เช็คลิสต์หรือแชร์รายชื่อนกมาใน eBird แพลตฟอร์มนี้นะครับก็จะมีข้อมูลสถิติต่างๆนะครับสามารถฟังเสียงร้องได้ในตัว eBird เนี่ยก็เป็นตัวField Bird Guide ได้ด้วยนะครับก็หมายถึงเป็นตัวแอปพลิเคชันที่ช่วยในการดูนกได้ด้วยนะครับก็จะมี Merlin ก็คือว่าเราสามารถใช้มือถือเครื่องเดียวเนี่ยก็จบเลยนะครับในการบันทึกรายชื่อนกหรือว่าจะใช้เป็นตัวช่วยเป็น Field Guide ที่ช่วยเราดูว่าหน้าตาสีสันของนกเหมือนหรือแตกต่างกันอย่างไรนะครับเสียงร้องเพื่อช่วยระบุหรือจำแนกชนิดนกในภาคสนามได้ครับอันนี้เราฉายภาพของ eBird Thailand นะครับแล้วก็เป็นงานของ BCST หรือสมาคมอนุรักษ์นกและธรรมชาติแห่งประเทศไทยซึ่งสอดคล้องกับ eBird หรือ The Cornell Lab นะครับห้องปฏิบัติการทางปักษีวิทยาของอเมริกานะครับที่มหาลัย Cornell ก็คือว่ามีจัดกิจกรรมใน1ปีนี้มี2รอบนะครับเรียกว่าเป็นวัน Big Day ซึ่งในต่างประเทศเนี่ยจริงจังมากนะครับก็คือ Big Day จริงๆ24ชั่วโมงนะครับก็จะรวมทีมรวมแก๊งกันไปแล้วก็ผัดกันขับรถผัดกันนอนเลยนะครับเพื่อให้ใช้24ชั่วโมงของ1วัน Big Day เนี่ยอย่างคุ้มค่าที่สุดเพราะนี่คือการแข่งขัน Challenge หรือว่านับนกกันอย่างในไทยเพราะว่าช่วงโควิดที่เกิดขึ้นอย่างเช่นครั้งแรกเนี่ยเริ่มช่วงประมาณพฤษภาคมนะครับเราก็อยู่ในช่วงล็อกดาวน์หรือว่าประกาศเคอร์ฟิวของโควิดอยู่ในช่วงพีคระลอก 1-2 พอดีนะครับก็การเบิลก็เป็นให้เชิญชวนทุกคนเนี่ยดูนกที่บ้านนะครับสมาคมอนุรักษ์นกก็แชร์เชิญชวนทุกคนดูนกที่บ้านภายในเวลาครึ่งชั่วโมง30นาทีนะครับแล้วก็ระบุรัศมีกันว่าเป็น challenge ไม่เกิน15เมตรจากตัวบ้านนะครับก็แชร์เช็คลิสต์ออกมาแล้วก็ล่าสุดนี้เมื่อวันที่9ตุลาคม October นี่เองนะครับก็คือครั้งที่2ของ Big Day ก็ดีขึ้นหน่อยนะครับสามารถที่จะไปออนไซต์ได้นะครับไม่อยู่ในช่วงเคอร์ฟิวหรือช่วงล็อกดาวน์นะครับก็จะเห็นภาพของนักดูนกนักปักษีวิทยาออกไปภาคสนามแล้วก็challengeในเรื่องของ Big Day กันนะครับอันนี้ภาพซ้ายนะครับจะเป็นช่วงแรกก็คือช่วงพฤษภาคมที่อยู่ในช่วงล็อกดาวน์บ้านใครบ้านมันนะครับก็จะเป็น Garden Bird Watch ก็คือ30นาทีดูนกรัศมี15นาทีนะครับแล้วก็แชร์กันอันนี้มี59ข้อมูลนะครับที่แชร์รายการออกมาแล้วก็มี22จังหวัดนะครับที่แชร์เข้ามาตามแผนที่ภาพนี้นะครับแต่ว่าพอเมื่อช่วงตุลาคม Big Day อีกครั้งหนึ่งนะครับที่ผ่านมาเนี่ยคนเริ่มออนไซต์ได้แล้วนะครับก็จะมีถึง มากถึงเกือบ3 เท่านะครับก็คือ123รีพอร์ตหรือข้อมูลนกนะครับแล้วก็มีถึง26จังหวัดนะครับโดยท็อป5จังหวัดก็จะเป็นในพื้นที่กรุงเทพและปริมณฑลนะครับมีเพชรบุรีเชียงใหม่แล้วก็ปัตตานีที่มีนักดูนกอยู่จำนวนค่อนข้างมากนะครับโดดมาด้วยนะครับอันนี้คือ eBird Thailand นะครับด้านซ้ายก็คือช่วงเดือนพฤษภาคมนะครับเราก็จะมีนกที่พบได้บ่อยนะครับนกเกือบ100ชนิดนะครับ97ชนิดก็จะนกที่พบได้บ่อย5ชนิดก็เป็นนกบ้านๆนะครับเพราะว่าเราอยู่ในช่วงล็อกดาวน์เลยแล้วก็อยู่ในช่วงเคอร์ฟิวด้วยนะครับเราไม่สามารถที่จะออกไปไหนได้หลัง3 ทุ่มนะครับในช่วงพฤษภาคมก็จะเป็นนกที่อยู่ในบ้านนะครับไม่เกิน15 เมตรจากรัศมีรอบบ้านอย่างเช่นนกพิราบนะครับที่พบได้ทั่วไปนกกระจอกนกเอี้ยงนกเขาชวาอย่างนี้เป็นต้นนะครับแต่พอมาเมื่อบิ๊กเดย์ของช่วงเดือนตุลาคมที่ผ่านมาก็เกือบ400ชนิดนะครับแล้วก็อย่างเช่นเราจะเห็นว่าจังหวัดที่นักดูนกมีล้านนาเบิร์ดคลับนะครับก็คือชมรมอนุรักษ์นกและธรรมชาติล้านนาเนี่ยก็จังหวัดเชียงใหม่นะครับก็มีนกถึง176ชนิดนะครับแล้วก็อย่างเช่นโคราชนะครับหรือจังหวัดนครราชสีมาที่เป็นที่ตั้งของอุทยานแห่งชาติเขาใหญ่นะครับใกล้กรุงเทพมหานครก็มีถึง111ชนิดนะครับแล้วก็บริเวณของอ่าวไทยตอนในนะครับหรือว่ากรุงเทพและปริมณฑลก็จะมีข้อมูลชนิดนกมากเช่นกันนะครับในช่วงบิ๊กเดย์เมื่อตุลาคมที่ผ่านมานะครับอันนี้คือจากสรุปของ October Big Day นะครับเมื่อวันที่9ตุลาคมที่ผ่านมานี่เองนะครับเราก็จะเห็นว่าประเทศไทยเนี่ยเพิ่มจำนวนเช็คลิสต์ก็คือรายชื่อนกนะครับมากจากปีที่แล้ว2020เนี่ยมากคิดเป็น 322% นะครับอันนี้ก็เป็นสรุปที่แชร์อยู่ในหน้าเว็บไซต์ของ eBird แพลตฟอร์มเลยนะครับแล้วก็เราก็จะเห็นว่าในเรื่องของจำนวน eBirder ก็คือคนที่เป็นนักดูนกแล้วก็ใช้แอปพลิเคชัน eBird ที่กรอกข้อมูลเข้ามาในระบบเนี่ยก็เพิ่มขึ้นมากกว่า 100% เช่นกันนะครับจากปีที่ผ่านมาอันนี้ไปส่วนในแพลตฟอร์มที่2นะครับก็คือตัว iNaturalist เราก็จะเห็นฟังก์ชันทั้งที่คุณโทนี่และหลายท่านได้พูดตลอดทั้งวันในเรื่องของ Citizen Science หรือวิทยาศาสตร์พลเมืองแล้วนะครับก็คือง่ายมาก3สเต็ปขั้นตอนนะครับสำหรับผู้ใช้ก็คือไป C ไปค้นหาว่า Wildlife นะครับดอกไม้ใบหญ้าแมลงผีเสื้อหรือสัตว์ตัวเล็กตัวน้อยอยู่ที่ไหนนะครับก็แล้วก็ snap ก็คือถ่ายภาพแล้วก็แชร์ในขั้นตอนสุดท้ายนะครับแล้วiNaturalist ก็จะมีการ discussion มีการพูดคุยกันนะครับมีการช่วยยืนยันชนิดจนของเราเนี่ยเป็น RG หรือเป็น Research Gate หรือเป็นคุณภาพงานวิจัยแล้วก็แชร์ไปที่ฐานข้อมูลความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพออนไลน์ที่ใหญ่ที่สุดที่รองรับ iNet แล้วก็ eBird ด้วยนะครับก็คือ GBeep นะครับที่ชื่อตัวย่อว่า GBeep นะครับถ้าใครเซิร์ช Google จะทำงานวิจัยหรือค้นหาสิ่งมีชีวิตก็สามารถจะค้นเจอจาก GBeep ได้เช่นกันนะครับอันนี้เป็นภาพรวมนะครับที่เรา Expo หรือสำรวจใน iNaturalist นะครับโดยเลือกฟิลเตอร์ในโลเคชันของประเทศไทยนะครับดูของประเทศไทยเนี่ยมีถึง 200,000 กว่า observation หรือการสังเกตนะครับแต่ผู้ที่สังเกตเนี่ยด้านหลังนี้ก็คือ6,000 นะครับ 6,000 นี้อาจจะเป็นฝรั่งหรือว่าชาวต่างชาติที่อยู่ในประเทศไทยครึ่งๆนะครับที่อยู่ในไทยหรือเคยมาท่องเที่ยวในประเทศไทยก็คือเป็น observer ที่บันทึกอยู่ในประเทศไทยด้วยนะครับมีคนจำแนกชนิดเกือบ 5,000 คนนะครับแล้วก็สิ่งที่น่าสนใจก็คือจำนวนชนิดนะครับเกือบ 15,000 สปีชีส์หรือรายการนะครับแล้วก็เราจะเห็นว่าสีส้มๆนี่คือความถี่หรือความบ่อยในการแชร์สิ่งมีชีวิตเข้าไปใน iNaturalist แพลตฟอร์มอันนี้นะครับอย่างเช่นล่าสุดเมื่อไม่กี่นาทีนี้เองหรือไม่ถึง1ชั่วโมงก็มีการใช้แชร์ iNet เข้ามานะครับจากเชียงใหม่เชียงดาวนะครับอย่างเช่นเราจะสังเกตเห็นตั๊กแตนกิ่งไม้อย่างนี้เป็นต้นนะครับอันนี้พูดถึงเมื่อต้นปีที่ผ่านมานะครับด้วยก็จะสอดคล้องกับตัว Big Day ของเดือนพฤษภาคมนะครับก็อยู่ช่วงเดียวกันก็คือประเทศไทยล็อกดาวน์นะครับต้องอยู่แบบบ้านใครบ้านมันนะครับเราไม่สามารถจัดกิจกรรมออนไซต์นะครับไป Get Outdoor and Enjoy Nature ได้นะครับก็จะแชร์ทางโซเชียลมีเดียอย่างเดียวก็จะมีคนเข้าร่วมครั้งแรกของ iNaturalist ไทยนะครับก็คือจัด City Nature Challenge นะครับเราก็เลือก City ก็คือพื้นที่กรุงเทพและอีก5 จังหวัดปริมณฑลอย่างเช่นนนทบุรีนครปฐมสมุทรปราการสมุทรสาครอย่างนี้เป็นต้นนะครับก็จะมีในช่วงระยะเวลา4 วันที่ Challenge กันนะครับช่วง30 เมษายนถึง3 พฤษภาเนี่ยเราพบไปถึง300นะครับแล้วก็มีเกือบ200ชนิดแต่ว่าผู้ใช้นี่ยังน้อยอยู่นะครับไม่ถึง40observer นะครับ แล้วก็ปีนี้เราคาดหวังว่าเราจะเข้าร่วมแน่นอนนะครับเราเป็น Return Organizer นะครับแล้วก็กำลังทำงานหลังบ้านกับทีม iNaturalist เอารีดนะครับอย่างเช่นคุณโทนี่แล้วก็คุณอดิสันนะครับแล้วเราก็พร้อมอย่างยิ่งที่จะจัด City Nature Challenge ในปีถัดไปนะครับ2022นะครับอันนี้เป็นข้อมูลที่พบนะครับซึ่งน่าสนใจโดย observer ท่านหนึ่งก็คือคุณเข็มทองนะครับต้นสกุลรุ่งเรืองก็คืออันนี้พบในช่วง City Nature Challenge ของปีนี้นะครับเมื่อช่วงต้นปีนะครับก็คืออันนี้คือปลาสอดที่คนไทยรู้จักกันนะครับก็คือเป็นปลาเลี้ยงที่อยู่ในบ่อบัวอยู่ที่เดียวกับปลาหางนกยูงแต่เจ้านก Little Tern เนี่ยนะครับนกนางนวลแกบเล็กซึ่งอาศัยอยู่ตามชายฝั่งนะครับพื้นที่ชายทะเลอ่าวไทยตอนในเนี่ยหรือพื้นที่ชายฝั่งทั้งอ่าวไทยอันดามันก็จะพบได้ค่อนข้างบ่อยเนี่ยนะครับก็กินเจ้าตัวนี้ด้วยนะครับอันนี้ก็เป็นรายงานที่พบตั้งแต่ปี 2003 นะครับอันนี้เราจะเห็นว่าตรงชื่อของเจ้าปลาสอดมอลลี่เนี่ยเป็น VU นะครับหรือเป็น IUCN Red List Status ก็คือสถานะคุกคามเป็นชนิดพันธุ์ที่ถูกคุกคามตาม IUCN Red List ก็คือมีแนวโน้มใกล้สูญพันธุ์แต่จริงๆแล้วในไทยเนี่ยเป็น introduced species นะครับก็คือถูกนำเข้ามาเป็นสัตว์เลี้ยงหรือจะอย่างนี้เป็นต้นนะครับอันนี้ก็เป็นข้อมูลที่น่าสนใจซึ่งในแต่ละประเทศทั่วโลกนะครับ400ประเทศก็จะมีข้อมูลที่เป็นน่าสนใจอย่างนี้นะครับก็คุณเข็มทองก็ทำในเรื่องของมอดนะครับหรือว่าผีเสื้อกลางคืนด้วยก็คือ National Moth Week นะครับก็มีเกือบ400กว่าสายพันธุ์นะครับก็จัดไปในช่วงล็อกดาวน์เช่นกันนะครับแล้วก็หลังจากนี้ขอแนะนำโครงการหรือว่าโปรเจกต์ที่น่าสนใจนะครับอย่างเช่นเมื่อกี้คุณวีได้ IUCN ได้นำเสนอไปเบื้องต้นแล้วนะครับก็คือ netting หรือ tapping ก็คือข้อมูลของนกและสัตว์ที่ติดตาข่ายนะครับอันนี้ทำโดยนักวิจัยปริญญาเอกนะครับคุณรงรองอ่างแก้วนะครับของแลบทางด้านนิเวศวิทยาของคิงมงกุฎนะครับก็ทำในพื้นที่ภาคกลางแล้วก็สร้างโปรเจกต์โครงการใน iNaturalist ด้วยนะครับเราก็สามารถไปเพิ่มรายละเอียดถ้าเกิดเจอนกติดตาข่ายหรือสัตว์ติดตาข่ายอย่างเช่นค้างคาวแม่ไก่ภาคกลางนะครับหรือค้างคาวต่างๆที่ช่วยกำจัดเพี้ยกระโดดในนาข้าวนะครับเราก็จะเห็นข้อมูลของสัตว์และนกติดตาข่ายนะครับหรือว่าตามบ่อเพาะเลี้ยงปลาเพาะเลี้ยงกุ้งอย่างนี้ก็จะมีตาข่ายที่เกษตรกรป้องกันผลิตผลทางการเกษตรอยู่นะครับอีกหนึ่งโปรเจกต์นะครับที่น่าสนใจของ iNaturalist ก็คือของคนไทยก็คือ lanternfly นะครับหรือภาษาไทยก็คือจักรจั่นงวงนะครับแมลงสีสวยนี้มีงวงขึ้นมาเหมือนงวงช้างในแนวตั้งขึ้นมานะครับก็จะเป็นฟูกอริดีนะครับเราพบว่า39ชนิดนะครับนักวิจัยก็คือคุณกวินเจียรวัฒนานะครับ39ชนิดแล้วก็มี new record เกือบ2ชนิดนะครับก็คือพบในเขมรหรือคัมโบเดียแล้วนะครับแต่พบในไทยเนี่ยเป็นรายงานแรกนะครับ2ชนิดตอนนี้โปรเจกต์ก็กำลัง ongoing อยู่นะครับก็ใครเจอแมลงสีสวยเจอจักรจั่นงวงก็สามารถที่จะแชร์ไปได้นะครับนอกจากนี้ก็ยังมีเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของ invasive species ของประเทศไทยนะครับก็คือชนิดพันธุ์ต่างถิ่นที่รุกรานด้วยนะครับที่เก็บข้อมูลแล้วก็อ้างอิงตามเล่มรายงานของสำนักนโยบายและแผนทรัพยากรธรรมชาติและสิ่งแวดล้อมนะครับหรือว่า ONEP ก็จะมีข้อมูลอย่างเช่นหอยทากยักษ์แอฟริกันอย่างนี้เป็นต้นไมยราบยักษ์ต่างๆนะครับเรื่องพืชก็อ้างอิงจากกรมอุทยานก็จะมีข้อมูล Invasive Species of Thailand ที่เป็นโปรเจกต์ใน iNaturalist ด้วยนะครับก็อันนี้เป็นของ Citizen Science ของ Thailand ที่เราพยายามรวมตัวกันนะครับมีทั้งภาครัฐนะครับอย่างเช่นสวทช.สกสว.นะครับแล้วก็ภาคองค์กรพัฒนาเอกชนนะครับองค์กรเครือข่ายอนุรักษ์ต่างๆทั้งในและก็สากลนะครับ IUCN Biofin UNDP นะครับของ Nature Plan เองมูลที่โลกสีเขียวนะครับอีกหลายอันที่กำลังรันโปรเจกต์แล้วก็จะร่วมกันทำ City Nature Challenge ในปี 2022 ต่อไปนี้นะครับก็เราพยายามที่จะเอารีดนะครับให้เด็กๆใช้ดังด้านบนเนี่ยไป iNaturalist นะครับสามารถสแกนแล้วก็ฟรีแอปพลิเคชันด้านล่างจะเป็น Seek นะครับ FEEK ก็คือ Seek by iNaturalist เป็นแอปพลิเคชันลูกของ iNaturalist ที่เหมาะกับเด็กๆเพราะว่าไม่ต้องล็อกอินนะครับไม่ต้องแสดงตัวตนนะครับแล้วก็ใช้ AI ในการระบุชนิดหมายความว่าเปิดหน้าจอเข้าไปในสิ่งมีชีวิตนะครับถ่ายรูปดอกไม้ต้นไม้ก็จะรู้จักสิ่งมีชีวิตสำรวจธรรมชาติรอบตัวได้เลยนะครับเฟรนลี่กับเด็กมากๆนะครับเพราะว่าขึ้นมาก็จะมีกติกา3ข้อที่ ห้ามกินห้ามหยิบสิ่งใดแล้วก็บอกคุณครูหรือผู้ปกครองก่อนนะครับเหมาะกับคุณครูเอาไปใช้สำรวจธรรมชาติ0 บาทมากๆนะครับก็เราจะร่วมกัน City Nature Challenge นะครับร่วมกับ iNaturalist ใหญ่นะครับในช่วงปีหน้านะครับช่วงวันที่29 เมษายนนะครับจนถึง4 วันนะครับวันที่2 พฤษภานะครับแล้วก็ Result Announce วันที่9 พฤษภานะครับก็คือ City Nature Challenge 2022นะครับของ iNaturalist ครับสวัสดีครับขอบคุณมากครับ
ขอบคุณค่ะ Thank you so much คุณทอม Uten Pumarin. He is one of the key person to empower the using of INET in Thailand, and I see that the coming is like so many support from the Thai government and also the private sector, the international NGO can support this. I believe that it can be the good opportunity and the growing of citizen science in Thailand too. And by mentioning the nature conservation doesn't have a fine line, they don't have the border line to writing that, hey, okay, now we are in Thailand and if it's getting warmer, just let's move to Europe. The nature doesn't work like that. So everyone as a global citizen, we should take care, we should observe and care about our nature as a global citizen, not just only record or like observe and consider it in Thailand. So thank you very much, Kun Thom, for sharing with us. And for the last guest speaker is coming from the country in Asia Pacific as well, from the Philippines. The Philippines has many interesting citizen science projects as well, but we want to move closer a little bit into the town. So I found an interesting project about Davao Citizen Science Heritage Tree Project, which is the project that tracking the tree in the big city. So today we having the leader, the one in the team who lead this project with us, ENP Ramuel Manalo. He is the environmental research specialist in the interfacing development intervention of sustainability or IDIS from the Philippines. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ramuel to share his project.
Hello, good afternoon, good day, everyone. Is my audio okay? And can be heard? Okay. So I'll be sharing my screen. Hi, Nikki. I'll be sharing our project on the citizen science. It is more on the participatory kind of a data collection, which we conducted last year in 2020 in the peak of coming from the lockdowns, coming from the quarantines, from the brought about the pandemic. So I'll be sharing my screen so I can share with you some of the prepared slides that I had. Okay.
Ramuel, are you still with me? It seems like the internet connection from Ramuel has some problem. So let me share it for him and waiting for Ramuel to come back and join us. So while he is connect back to our panel. So maybe I'm starting to ask some questions first to the rest of you who are still here. So okay, Ramuel, can you hear me well?
Yes, I'm having like a technical glitches for my sharing.
Do you want me to share it for you? So I'm happy to do it.
Yes, of course. Okay.
Okay.
Going to share.
Sure. 1 second.
Kind of a technical glitches with my PowerPoint. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. So this. All right. And then we'll present. Okay, it's loading. Maybe it's not work well when we do full screen. So maybe we just doing the screen that is applied here. Is that okay with you? Ramuel, are you still with me? it seems like we had some connection problem from Lemuel. So while waiting for him to be back again, so maybe I'm asking some questions to the panel. Tony, there are the questions that I want to ask you. So yeah, so it seems to be like in another part of the world, in the Europe or even like American, it seems to doing so great about the citizen science project and also nature observation. So what do you think, or what you can suggest that we in the Asia Pacific regions can do more, and or like change in terms of engage more civil society in our citizen science project or even like nature observation? Can you give some recommends on that?
Yeah, I think, well, I mean, the first thing was, I think the big barrier was language. And I thankfully, at least in Thailand, that seems to have the app and our website have been translated into Thai. I think one thing that could help a lot is to add common names, at least in iNaturalist. I don't know if you want to, if this is iNaturalist specific or more general. Anyway, for iNaturalist, definitely adding more common names in Thai and local languages to help people. So they're not just looking at scientific names that they don't understand, because most of us don't. I think it just, in our experience, it really takes champions. Someone like, I'm sorry if I'm going to pronounce your name incorrectly, but Utain, like someone who knows the community and someone who is able to organize events that just kind of get the ball rolling. Is, in our experience, just the most important thing. In almost every place that iNat's grown, there have been a few champions, sometimes with an institution, sometimes without, that are respected in the community, that are able to communicate the value and to kind of nurture it, like encourage people, to not, definitely don't talk down to people, but who are able to engage both experts, like, at least with where iNaturalist is concerned, experts that can identify things and provide feedback, but also are able to talk to almost anyone who's interested in nature, and kind of getting them into it and getting them over that like kind of initial, helping them kind of stop and appreciate the nature around them, and help them just kind of value it, I guess. Those are just the most important things. It really takes someone who can communicate effectively and organize different types of people to kind of create a community that can work together.
It's a lot of work that we have to do to compare to those level of the association. But I think it's just a good opportunity to get to know people here, and also the true like philosophy behind what you do over there. And also just the questions come here, Dr. Rahul. Can you imagine sea slug research across Asia Pacific can give us a voluntary science, and that if we use iNat to record the sea slug? What do you think?
Okay, well, so these are all kind of linked into, so I wanted to just touch on a little bit of what Tony just mentioned, and this question is linked directly to that. Firstly, in my experience, with the engagement with citizen science in Thailand, in particular, Thailand has been one that is more of a language issue. So put Thai mai dai, kao chai dai nit noi. So I'm basically doing what I can in English, and then we work with our collaborators. I mean, I think Vivi and Ploy would be best to talk on that. But the language part is certainly something where social media platforms that were seen to be more easy to adapt to local languages and local communities, that was acted as a great platform to push on with. And then regarding, the name of taxonomic names and common names and things like that did certainly come up. with 1.9 million species, we're going to run out of common names. So we are, it's all well and good with the vertebrates. We have 3,000 species of sea slugs that we know, and 1.2 million arthropods. The crab that's slightly less hairy than that other crab is only going to go so far. So I think there is an element of getting people more comfortable with using taxonomic names, which, for example, with sea slug Thailand is definitely happening, but also, yeah, getting people to recognize, once again, going back to sea slugs, there is a very famous nudibranch called Kai Teo. So we have the omelette nudibranch that is well established in Thailand that other people call different things. That all of these little small factors contribute a lot to the success of a citizen science project. And having, like, I work quite a lot on iNaturalist with other projects. For example, we work on iSeahorse project and the seahorse documentation. iNaturalist is fantastic for that. I think that the iNaturalist push is something that has a lot of potential if we can break down more of those barriers. And it's great to see that some of those barriers are breaking down, particularly the language, and getting people to feel, while iNaturalist does have, a large Thai contributing community, making that feel less distant and alien is going to help. But also elevating from the different perspective, trying to get more citizen science contributions and just general less hesitance with the use of English in citizen science projects and things like that within Thailand. It has to come both ways, because as less of an English speaking country, there are certain challenges that come with that. Regarding the Asia Pacific General Project, for sure, iNaturalist is definitely going to be well suited, because this is a biodiversity specific element. It does mean, however, to actually be representative, we need to find a way of incentivizing people sharing their nice, cuddly, cute photos on a citizen science specific portal, rather than something that social media is, hey, look, I found a shiny thing and I'm sharing it for the sake of it being a shiny thing, rather than I'm sharing it because it's data. To academics, they are one and the same. To somebody who's contributing, the incentive is, I get to share my thing for people to see. And I want more people to see it and recognize, look, I found a cool thing. Converting that to, hey, I found a cool thing and there's value to it above and beyond. It's nice and it's well lit from the background, and I use an ISO of 100 with such a shutter speed or whatever. That there is a difference there. But there, as I said, there's a lot of potential. It needs to be considered how one approaches a specific project. And going back to what I said, trying to figure out what questions are the most appropriate to answer with the tools available. And if that isn't an exact match, tweaking either the question or the tools and improving both to be more useful.
Thank you, Dr. Hu. It's just like gather everything, like our keynotes were speaking already, like find a champion project, find a champion species. The things that we have common across the country, it will help and growing a lot faster of the citizen side by using the right tool and the right communicate to public and to people, it will get a lot of benefit. So thank you for the answer to the question. And I think Ramel is with us already. I will share his screen so he can present it on his slide. Okay, so when you're ready, Ramel.
Yes, hey, hello. Yes, I'll go on through the slides. Okay, so once again, sorry for some of the technical glitches a while ago. We entitled our project as the Mapping and Profiling Urban Heritage Trees in Davao City through citizen science. This is the first time that we use this method. It's not yet popular here in Davao City. By the way, Davao City is a city in the south in the Philippines. Is not that urbanized compared to Manila, but there's a lot of urbanization and development still ongoing. So trees, the forests in the urban area are vulnerable, especially because of lots of infrastructure projects that the Davao City is having. So one of the methods that we use here, because Davao is also known that people are very active in terms of protecting green spaces, protecting parks and even protecting the cutting of trees. So one of the methods that we use here is we ask the people, we ask the citizens to compile and to profile the trees that are still existing in Davao City. Can we go to the next slide, please? For the people behind the project, I will just like to introduce the organization that I am currently working. It is a non-government organization, EDs, Interfacing Development Interventions for Sustainability. We are a non-profit organization, and we are based in Davao City and also expanding our scope to the entire South Central Mindanao. We are more into policy work. We draft environmental policies and we lobby it to a legislative council, to the city councilors, for it to be implemented and to be executed as an environmental law. And we also had we collaborated with the technical research team, with working with some consultants and technical persons, and also most especially the volunteer citizen scientists. Well, the objectives in the next slide, we attained these objectives in the entire project, such as the data collection by using several applications, softwares. And also we held a launching event. We called for volunteers by the use of social media, by the use of several social media platforms like Facebook. We also conducted a capacity building workshop. So because this is very important, we need to train volunteers, and everyone, everything that happened here is based online. There's no face-to-face or physical activities that we had with the volunteers. The training was also online, and we conducted simultaneous tree mapping, profiling, inventory, along with the citizen scientists. We consolidated the results, we made maps, we analyzed the data. We even produced a video and also the public presentation of, because we are a policy advocacy organization, a public presentation for the stakeholders and also the city councilors is very important. That is why after the entire project, we really had a public presentation for our champion councilors. And the most important part here is the turnover of the policy proposal coming from the results that we had to the city council. In the next slide, we were most influenced by the Singapore's Heritage Tree Scheme, especially in 2001. So the system, the mechanics, we also followed it in the Singapore Tree Scheme system, because actually, if you will review on the system, this also caters or encourages citizen participation, because it is open for public. Citizens can actually nominate trees, heritage trees, to be declared as heritage trees in their area. And also in Baguio, another city in the Philippines, there's the first it's the first city which had an ordinance protecting their heritage trees. So they have piled up some of their a fine and a penalty of cutting trees. So here in Davao City, we do not have yet that kind of ordinance. That's why we started and drafted one, which is coming from the citizens. Next slide. We also delivered actually we delivered knowledge for the citizen scientists, because most of them are not foresters. Most of them are not technical experts on forestry or in arbor or even in ecology. They are in a general audience. That's why we really had trainings for them. We made them understand what are heritage trees all about, and we have a universal understanding and definition of the heritage trees, which are actually following the Forestry Chronicle in 2005. Heritage trees are a notable specimen because of its size, the shape, the beauty, the age, the color, and rarity. And most especially, it's a prominent community landmark, and also it has a significant recognition of the area. And in the next slide, we have the citizen science concept. We also taught our volunteers about the entire concept of this. We let them understand that this is open for public participation, and the citizens are the key actors of this project through participatory monitoring and contributing data and making it open to our database. In the methodology part, in the next slide, we use several systems and applications that are free and easy to use for our volunteers, the citizen scientists. Well, this caters a lot of profiling and measuring the trees, and the data collection was done by the volunteers through actual survey. They were on the site. They were looking for trees in the streets and open spaces of the city. By using the Kobo Collect Toolbox, we modify a questionnaire and a survey sheet by using the Kobo Collect Toolbox. It's a free software. It's a free server, and at the same time an application, because we also encourage the citizens to be paper-free or paperless. So the Kobo Collect Toolbox actually answers our easier transfer of data in an open data system or ODS. And also other geotagging and measurement tools. We also taught them how to use the timestamp app. This is a geotagging tool. And we also recommended to use the measuring height tool or measure height applications. All of these applications are free of use. Measuring height was used for measuring the height of the tree, and it's by metric, and then all of those recorded data was still encoded in their survey sheet, which was powered by the Kobo Collect Toolbox. And then after their collection or surveying, they can easily send it to us in a progressing manner. So the QGIS, or the Quantum Geographic Information System, was used for the entire mapping and developing software. For the next slide, we can see here the how we modified our survey sheets based on the Kobo Collect. The Kobo Collect has the features of also geotagging and collecting of geographic coordinates. This is very important for our mapping. And also we asked them for the name and identification of the trees. And for some of the challenges and difficulty that we faced here is that citizens actually are not that expert enough of the names of the trees. So that's why we encourage them to answer in general forms. So those are okay, because we can understand actually. So even the local terms are very acceptable. And that's why we have in managing the entire data sheet, we have experts to verify if these are correct, and if they can advise what are the scientific names of this tree, so that we can trace the taxonomy of the trees. So we also work with a forester. And then for the height, and also they have to assess the condition of the tree, if it's healthy, it's decaying, bent growth, or trimmed. And we also ask them to take photos of the tree. So it's not necessary to take photos of the leaves above the trees, because this is very difficult to handle it. So we encourage them to just take photos of the leaves at the ground or in the surface area for easier and for safer method. So in the next slide, we have some scope and limitations, especially that during the project was the peak of the health emergency protocols. So we didn't encourage them to do it by groups because of the social distancing protocols. What we did is that they can do it by individual or groups of less than 5 members, or about 3 or 4 members, or even a duo. So most of our citizens surveyed by partners, so that it would be safe. It's very difficult also for an individual to survey alone, because he or she might need measuring tools and at the same time to encode. So that's why the duo are more practical in this citizen science approach. The technology and equipment were all adapted. We adapted all of the limitations also of the technology and equipment that we introduced. And also the volunteers provided their own devices and materials. And also for the area, this is a map here showing the urban area of Davao City. So we actually limited the area because Davao City is a large city, but it's only a small size where the city is highly urbanized. So we focus on the central business district and the urban environment of the city, which is the districts of Poblacion, Agdao, Buhangin, Talomo, Tugbuk. And for the next slides, we'll go to the results. Here are some of the results. Yes, going to the next slide. We gathered 38 volunteer citizen scientists for just a 2-week of calling for volunteers, and from the day that it was launched, we gathered 288 submissions and 260 geotag trees. Well, about the submissions, those are the 3 profiles with the complete data and information. The geotag trees were only 260. Well, those are some of the limitations because there is a lot of profiles or submissions that were sent without geographic location or GPS coordinates. So maybe those were some of the errors during their survey, or there must be problem in their submission. So it was only 260 geotag trees that we have received. So the volunteer citizen scientists, they had located those trees at the majority at the pedestrian or the street sides of the city. Also, they are coming from schools, and at the third is the open spaces. And for the next slide, most of the species that were identified were the acacia trees. I'm sure this is pretty much familiar because this is very common in the entire, even in other parts of the globe. So the Albizia salmon is the first, which has the most common, and the number of submissions were very high with 25%. And next is our native and endemic Nara tree and Banga, followed by the mahogany, Talisay, Gemelina. Those are local names, by the way. Tugas, neem tree. So most of the trees here are actually mixed. We catered and accepted and received trees in different ecological distribution. Not with we didn't mind yet if it's native or it's endemic or is it introduced. As long as these trees are qualified in the proposed 3 criteria for the heritage trees, these trees are old age, nonetheless they are heritage even though they are not endemic. So in the next slide, we can see the maps that we made with the citizen scientists. So these are, as we can see in the maps, those are the geotag trees that have been submitted to us. The green icons are the identified heritage trees, and most of them are catered in the built environment and the built up zones of Davao City. In the next slide, some of a more of a micro level or a smaller scale maps that we have. We also created maps that are that depicts the three species of these areas. Like for example, in Ateneo de Davao University, this is a school, and in Rojas Avenue, we had made the legends that categorizes the three species. Like for example, the acacia, the mahogany, the nara. In the next slide, we can see here how the citizen scientists submitted data that are native or even exotic. But sadly, 67% are actually exotic. Those are the introduced trees or not the endemic ones or not the native trees. It's only 33% who are endemic. And about the conservation status, we have seen that there are also least concerns. Least concerns are majority based on the IUCN conservation status with 59%. There are also vulnerable ones. And what is alarming here is that there are also endangered based from the Department Administrative Order of the country. There are Molavi or Tugas trees are already endangered or with having those conservation status that are still existing in our city, which progresses us that these trees must be really protected by law. And the next slide, we have some of the examples of the trees that were taken by and submitted by our citizen scientists. So we divided by the native and non-native and exotic. Those photos are coming from all of the profiles that were submitted by our volunteers. So for the native, Nara trees are with 36 pieces or 36 individualities, and Molave coming from Agoho and Tipolo. Those are native or endemic in our bioregion at the same time here in the Philippines. The non-native trees, the acacia trees, are 72 individuals, followed by the mahogany, even the ipil-ipil or kayamito, and common seal. So in the next slide, we can see some of the highlight finds that our citizen scientists observed. Like say, for example, the extremely large trunk at an acacia tree in Kalinan Kidney Center, having a 272 centimeter diameter, because they need to also measure the diameter of the tree in order for us to know also its carbon sequestration rate, because we require them to do that for us to calculate its carbon sequestration rate by its formula. And also the emergent trees with 19 meters or more than the 5th floor of this establishment is found in Ateneo High School. It's an acacia tree. And also the very old trees, which is century-old, more than century-old trees, were found in Rojas Avenue or a sampalok tree. And we also highlighted those citizen scientists who have discovered these trees. In the next slide, we have the tree health conditions that the citizen scientists have assessed, and 78% are healthy. There are also trees that were observed with decaying status and even uprooted and infested, and even heavily pruned, as the photo here at the lower right area is showing. This is one of the trees that we have found. It's a very great tree with a very good crown. It's an acacia tree, but because of the wires that is traversing across this tree, it's needed to be maintained that way. So actually, in consulting with some of the foresters, heavily pruned trees are very dangerous, especially it will really affect the health of the tree. At the same time, its mortality will be affected at the same time. So for the next slide, the issues and threats that the citizen scientists have observed was Mainly 21% are because of collateral. Trees are being used as signages. They really hammer down the nails for signage and even information signboards, such as this one. An example here is a room for a rent, like collaterals used for collateral. So actually, this is unlawful in Davao City because we have already an ordinance not prohibiting for the citizens to or refraining the citizens not to use it for collateral purposes or directly nailing to the trees. And also they're vulnerable and being threatened by infrastructure development, such as road widening is very common, damaging a property, and the entangled wires because of the utility posts, and the same time the right of way and others. So in the questionnaires or the survey forms of the citizen scientists, they can just check what are the observed issues and threats, and it was submitted to us. The data were submitted to us, and we analyze it, the results with corresponding quantity. So for the next slide, the vulnerable infrastructure development, we also found some of the heritage trees coming from the citizen scientists that have issues for infrastructure development because of its the infrastructure project, or the DPWH, the Department of Public Works and Highways, which is a department that is assigned in handling the infrastructure projects of the country. They express projects that will really affect these trees, and these are some of the issues that our citizen scientists have found. So going next slide is the assessment and conclusion. We also calculated the carbon dioxide sequestration by using this a formula, and by using the data that we have found. Let's say for example, the diameter, the trunk diameter, the measurement of the height and the age, those were needed to calculate the carbon sequestration by following a formula. And what we attain is we had an estimate of the carbon sequestration for the past 35 to 40 years, which is equivalent to 1.9 kilograms or 1,934 tons of carbon dioxide was sequestered with these trees: acacia, nara, manga, mahogany, and talisay. So we have a visual here, a visual comparator, which is equivalent to the United States Statue of Liberty if it's solidified. So in the next slide, the socio-economic impact. Our citizen scientists also collected the data and how the residents or the street officers are benefiting from the trees. So the residents, according to the residents, they reduce glare, noise pollution, they serve as a windbreak, protecting properties, and etc. So for the policy and recommendations, it actually made us a good criteria for the proposed trees. We had a categories actually. Can we go to the 25th slide, please? This one. Yes, that's the correct slide. The proposed trees criteria. We had this criteria such as the critical conservation status. We proposed this criteria for in declaring a heritage tree: historic trees or intentionally preserved trees, old age, community valued trees, culturally valued trees, aesthetically valued trees, or avenue line trees or parks or trees that are inside the parks and reserve area should be declared as a heritage tree. And for the conclusion, very good stories that we have here is that the city council has really appreciated the value of citizen science, and one of the things that it pushed through is because of how the citizens were very active in this part of data gathering, monitoring, and profiling of these trees, leading to policy. So just last week, we have already a policy, and we have a counselor who authored a policy for in protecting the heritage trees, and it was just passed last week. So we conducted it last year. This entire project, we did a policy draft, we lobbied to the counselor, and just last week we have now a declaration, an official declaration of the city to protect this heritage trees that are remaining in the urban areas of the city. And it's just a one signature from the mayor is needed, and it will be executed. The law will be implemented soon. So those are some of the great stories that I will be sharing, and the citizen science will continue in that program, because we also included to continue its system, because not all of the trees were actually profiled in our project, but because of the law, because of the ordinance that was passed, the government will continue it and accepting trees or tree profiles coming from the other areas of the city. So that ends the sharing of my project, and yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Manuel, for your interesting and insights about the project. Actually, for me, it's quite interesting that sometimes we take tree for granted, because it's just sitting there, it's just standing there, big, huge. But actually, if we take a look at closer, it can benefit to a lot more to especially the urban society. Like so many, like you mentioned, that the big tree was cut because of the widened infrastructure and also like expanded the urban community. So I think your project is one of the good one that we can initiate and doing it here in Bangkok and other big city too. Like for us, National Science Museum, we actually plan of doing something similar to your project next year, and we hopefully launch the tree heritage project on outside in Thailand too. So thank you very much for sharing. And it's quite, we have so many things to learn from each other for each panel, so we quite run a bit late of time. So we had the question from the audience earlier asking about the credibility for the data that we feeding. Maybe Dr. Rahu can give the answer to all the audience once again. He already answered in the Q&A, but like maybe you can elaborate it a bit, and also in terms of your Kun Tom Uten, and also for Ploy in Masai too, how do you can like creativity for your data that may be feeding in the near future? Maybe starting with Dr. Rahu first. I'm not sure if he's still with us. Maybe Ramuel, can you like help me elaborate about this? Like I heard that you mentioned before about you have the experts to check again about the data that the citizens are submit. How you doing that? How you have a lot of experts, or you have the volunteer nerd to help you like address the species of the tree, please?
Okay. Well, if we comparing from the other presentations a while ago, like for example the iNaturalist, and about the open data or online accessible data that is present in some of the systems, ours is quite internal at first. So that's why it's we need time to manage it, and we didn't relay it, or we didn't present or even make it accessible to for public use as actually up to now, or up until today, because the open data source is by Kobo Collect Toolbox, and the research team can only access it. Even the citizen science is, the participants or the volunteers could not look for the comprehensive data that they have submitted. They will, like, for example, pass through us or request from us on the comprehensive or even develop summary of the results, because we don't have yet the platform for its accessible use. But we are planning to have that kind of a system. But based on the question about the apps, or the apps that we are using, those apps are just systems or field data collector systems that are available. We can modify it, and when we manage it, they manage the reliability of the information, because there's a lot of limitations here. Like, for example, the citizen scientists, and the knowledge and the skills of the volunteers are very limited, and you need to consider those. So that's why in our research team, we consulted a forester, in which for example, the tree profiles, the insufficient data from the tree profiles will be filled, or will be filled by knowledge or additional data by the expert forester, based on the photos that were submitted. So if the forester is not, or should we say, the photos are insufficient with traces or proof, we actually communicate with the volunteer to have more photos or to have more observations, for us to really have a good and reliable quality of data in its management phase.
Thank you for rich information for us to can use from them. Thank you so much for that. And also, we run in the very final corner of the symposium. Maybe Kun Thom, maybe you can leave some message about the city challenge that we planned, the iNaturalist Thailand and the network was planned to do in the next few coming months, please.
ได้ครับก็ City Nature Challenge นะครับก็จะในปีหน้าจัดอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะครับในวันที่29เมษายนนะครับปลายเดือนจน4วันนะครับจะ Challenge ก็คือถึงวันที่3 พฤษภานะครับแล้วก็จะไปใช้เวลาอีก4วันในการที่จะลงภาพลงข้อมูลแล้วก็identify นะครับแล้ววันที่9 พฤษภาคมก็จะ result announce พร้อมกันทั่วโลกนะครับอันนี้เป็นโปรเจกต์หรือเป็น challenge ชวนแข่งขันสำรวจปฏิบัติการสำรวจธรรมชาติในเมืองนะครับพร้อมกันทั่วโลกโดย iNaturalist แพลตฟอร์มใหญ่เลยนะครับอย่างเมื่อต้นปีที่ผ่านมาเนี่ยนะครับอย่างที่คุณโทนี่ของ iNaturalist ได้บอกว่ามีมากกว่าล้าน observation หรือการสังเกตธรรมชาติคนออกไปถ่ายรูปออกไปสำรวจธรรมชาติรอบตัวเนี่ยมากกว่า1 ล้าน observation นะครับในทั่วโลกใน40 กว่าประเทศนะครับ400 กว่าเมืองทั่วโลกนะครับปีนี้ก็น่าจะไม่น้อยกว่านั้นนะครับก็ในปีหน้านี้นะครับ City Nature Challenge ของเมืองของประเทศไทยนะครับกรุงเทพปริมณฑลและหัวเมืองต่างๆของทั่วประเทศไทยเนี่ยนะครับตามจังหวัดต่างๆเราก็จะร่วมกิจกรรมหรือว่าแคมเปญนี้อีกครั้งหนึ่งในวันที่29 เมษายนนะครับก็จะใช้เวลาสำรวจ4วันพร้อมกันทั่วโลกนะครับก็เดี๋ยวจะมีกิจกรรมต่างๆนะครับของทีมเครือข่ายของ iNaturalist Thailand หรือ Citizen Science ของเน็ตเวิร์กของประเทศไทยนะครับทั้งภาครัฐสวทช สกสวและก็ภาคองค์กรพัฒนาเอกชนอย่าง Nature Pearl หรือ IUCN นะครับมูลที่โลกสีเขียวก็จะพยายาม outreach นะครับสอนเวิร์กช็อปการใช้นะครับซึ่งจริงๆแล้วอยากให้ทุกท่านเนี่ยลองโหลดมาใช้นะครับซึ่งฟรีดาวน์โหลดทั้งแอปพลิเคชัน iNaturalist และก็ Seek ที่เหมาะสำหรับคุณครูและก็เด็กนะครับก็คือฟรีนะครับแล้วก็ใช้ง่ายมากๆนะครับมี3ขั้นตอนก็คือไปถ่ายนะครับหาให้เจอแล้วก็ถ่าย snap แล้วก็แชร์ลงไปใน iNaturalist นะครับหรือเด็กๆก็จะใช้ Seek by iNaturalist SEEK เนี่ยก็เฟรนลี่มากๆไม่ต้องระบุตัวตนนะครับเปิดหน้าจอมาก็ใช้ AI ระบุสิ่งมีชีวิตได้เลยนะครับบอกว่าเป็นหอยทากยักษ์นะบอกว่าเป็นดอกไม้ชนิดไหนนะครับที่อยู่หน้าบ้านเราก็เฟรนลี่ใช้ง่ายมากๆครับอยากให้ลองใช้ iNaturalist กันนะครับแล้วก็เชิญชวนทั้งนักวิทยาศาสตร์ภาคพลเมืองคนทั่วไปนะครับเด็กๆนักเรียนแล้วก็คุณครูใช้แล้วก็นักวิทยาศาสตร์ที่เป็นนักวิจัยความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพนะครับก็เชิญชวนมาใช้กันนะครับเพราะว่าอย่างของไทยเนี่ยอย่างเช่นด้านพืชด้านเห็ดราก็ยังมีคนใช้ไม่มากนักนะครับพูดง่ายๆก็คือยังเงียบเหงาอยู่ก็อยากเชิญชวนนักวิทยาศาสตร์ตัวจริงหรือนักวิจัยเชิงลึกเนี่ยเข้ามาใช้ iNaturalist Platform นะครับจะได้สนุกเหมือนกับโซเชียลมีเดียนะครับเหมือนกับโซเชียลทั่วไปขอบคุณครับ
ขอบคุณค่ะ Thank you so much คุณทอง and that's I can safely say that the 5th years of Symposium on Science Festival this year on the theme of the rise of citizen science elevating community to sustainable development in public health and the environment is a good kickoff for so many opportunities to come of the citizen science in Thailand and also in Asia Pacific region as well. So thank you for joining us throughout the event. On behalf of everyone here, thank you for all the speakers and all the audience who take your time and sharing your experiences, you're sharing your attention on the citizen science. It's fascinating and I hope that today will be one of the remarkable day to start and kick off the stronger network of the citizen science in Southeast Asia, in Asia Pacific region as well. So I'll start with drop the evaluation form of the symposium here in the chat box. Please share your comment, criticisms on our event. We are open and appreciate to hear about your thought and also not only about the event itself, but also the citizen network itself, the citizen side event. If you like to suggest anything, please feel free to do. And for the recording of this symposium, we will upload into our YouTube channel, the NSN Thailand, after this event. So for today, on behalf of the organizers and National Science Museum Thailand, would like to thank you very much to everyone. My name is Nikki Narisarabarikun, and I would like to see you again on the stronger citizen science network soon, and see you again soon in the symposium this year. For today, bye-bye.
Thank you.